Hello, folks. Just a few warm-ups to get out of the way, and then we'll get started here in the March Madness Doubles Knockout. Just wanted to let you know that practices will be just a few more minutes, and then this broadcast will get started officially. See you in just a moment. Hello, good morning. Yes, still morning, thankfully.
You don't have to go like team 1, team 2. You can go A, B, however you want to do it. You figure it out with the group that you're with.
So they may shuffle the names. Interesting. Anyway, hello, good morning, and welcome to the March Madness Doubles Knockout, sponsored by the Candlepin Bowlers Association here on Candlepin Bowling Network. We're live from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. 5 strings of qualifying, total pinfall handicapped 80% to 130. I'll try and plug those averages in for you as soon as I get a chance. That's Mike Smith on the left lane. To get us started. Suffering some technical issues here. We'll get started in just a moment. Excuse me. Action is underway, but just suffered a technical malfunction here. We'll have a proper stream in just a moment. Unfortunately having some issues with the scoreboard here, but I'll put the scoreboard slightly in view here so you can see the folks better. Remember, 80% to 130.
Have that one. Where was this on Wednesday? I tried.
Might have overheard Dominic Palladino there. He just had a 72 and a ball half over on lane number 8. Remember, the event is handicapped, so getting that in addition as well. It's Duncan McDougall chasing out there. Mike Smith currently on lane 9. as I understand. So it's Kevin Perry, Steve Welsh. And also on 10B, Mike Paradiso and Steve Machi. Again, still trying to get calibrated over here, but didn't want you to miss any of the action. just going to do one thing. What's throwing me off here is that partnerships are going in a different order right now, so just mentioning that. Recalibrating for that. On lane 10, Kevin Perry on a 97 average, just had a 47 half, not bad. Mike Paradiso, 49 and a ball on his 104 average, so he's possibly ahead of schedule. Now up is Steve Welsh, who's bowling with Kevin Perry, so his partner just about on his average. Now he'll work towards his 100 average. John Ahern on lane 9. He and Andy Klimpa, John Ahern working towards a 95 average. You may remember him doing commentary for ACSD Class Finals, Atlantic Candlepin Singles Tour. Good morning, Star Ann. Bit of an awkward start to this one, but looking forward to getting the stream up and running properly in just a moment. That's John Cadero with a double strike on lane 8. John Ahern just now finishing out. He'll give way to his partner Andy Klempa. Ahern with a 51 half, that is, including that spare 9, ahead of schedule in his case. Steve Machi has a 102 average. His partner is over average, so good start for the partnership there on lane 10. Klempa now underway on lane 9. John Cadero, meanwhile, on lane 8, has just got 59 and a ball through 3 and is off to an extremely good start. We've seen a lot of high scores on lane 8, as I understand. Palladino, Humes, Abramczyk, and Cadero, all with halves at least into the 60s, and Cadero possibly well more than that. Good morning to those of you just joining us for the 85% doubles knockout here at Ryan Family Amusements, Millis, Massachusetts. By string 2, we should have a proper broadcast. Apologies for the tech issues. We'll be underway shortly. The match is underway, but the broadcast proper will be at that point. Full standings available by pulling down the description. You can click on the link there and you can see the full standings. Keeping in mind, top 24 will advance to the bracket round to come. Top 8 will get a first round bye, much in the same way as it is during the Pro Series. In this, the Candlepin Bowlers Association March Madness Doubles Knockout. With the handicap being 85% to 230, bowlers are essentially, or 85% to 230 for the partnership. Bowlers are getting a significant amount of handicap at only 2 a point. So not a lot of pins being spotted to the bowlers by and large. It could be enough to make a difference. 85% levels the playing field quite a bit. The principle of a handicap tournament is to see who's most improved. Who can overperform today, if nothing else. Dominic's on 134 and 2 balls. He seems to be going so well, he's broken the scoreboard above lane 8. So does he have 2 strikes? So it would be the most invisible strike if it occurred, because we can actually see it on the screens here. The monitor just a bit offset as the way it fluked. Maybe it's partway through the animation. That might be the reason for it. Palladino darn near did. Stubborn 10-pin. Micah Imperato live as well. I am not certain on which platform, if I'm honest with you, but let me see if I can figure that out. Smith just ripped a missile there. Bit of an unlucky shot for Kevin Perry. Tried to play the junction of the wood on that 7-10 and just didn't get it to go. Now the wood's diverged and he'll have to settle for the out here. can't get it, but a 93 towards his 97 average is not bad bowling, even though he does end up below average.
It is live right now. Yeah, I'm getting recalibrated right now. That's some tech issues with the scoreboard specifically. But it'll be set by a second string. And it is live, so people can see the ambiance.
All right, looks as though as I suspected, we will be able to resolve the textures, but by the time the second string starts. Duncan McDougall sees his partner Mike Smith get a 114. Which is over his 106 average. Duncan McDougall has some work to do against his 110 average, but in so saying, proves he's capable on lane 9. Mike Paradiso is back up. Remember, he now has a 56 half after that spare fill. Pinning well also. These bowlers in lane 10 are joining us from Yarmouth. Ryan Family Amusements there. Even one bowler out of, and some bowlers out of Spare Time Recreation in Whitingsville, Mass. We're here at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. Apologies again for the issues with the first string. At this point, we'll just get started with the second string to keep things simple. Did you see that spare on lane 9? Let's see if the replay machine works properly. Give you a look at this. Remember to pull down the description. You can see the full standings there. As soon as they get a chance, they'll be updating the scores for the first few games. Keeping in mind that the target is 230 since everyone is getting handicapped to 230. Some partnerships might be higher up, but we'll see. What is there, raffle tickets? Oh boy. Do I have any money is the question. Rich, how much does $5 get me? Does $5 get me anything? Cool.
Get back to Wednesday, Duncan. Seriously. Kid's been on a tear over it. Every time I hit my head, I gotta swim.
Cool as you're doing business. The rules of a 50-50 raffle, of course. Hand over money and get some number of tickets. You'll figure it out. Smith and McDougall end up scratching 211 compared to their partnership's 216 average. Surmountable at this point, remembering the top 24 in the field advance on. 30 partnerships overall. So very little disappointment will occur in this first stage, but 5 strings to determine who will be the bottom 6 cut. That was a nice split spare by Abramczyk over yonder on lane number 8. I don't want to cut off this a Hearn shot, but we can take a look here. Lane 8. Flying Wood takes out the 7.
Candlepin corner. It is corner, okay.
He is live on Candlepin Corner, as I suspected. Mike Imperato is live on Candlepin Corner. So 2 broadcasts going on of the qualifiers for your viewing pleasure, depending on if you have, say, your favorite bowlers you want to follow. Let's see if I can... Yeah, it's Candlepin Corner on Facebook. Maybe YouTube. Let me check. I believe it's just Candlepin Corner Facebook with later upload to YouTube, as I understand. Let me put that in the description for y'all. Steve Walsh is having a nice string over on lane 10. He's on 101 through a 9. For Steve, I have it written as Walsh and Welsh, unfortunately, so I confess my lack of familiarity has me confused on this one. But he ends up with a 110 for the 100 average bowler. A couple of his partners, it's 110 plus 93, they're 203, plus 28 is going to put them bang on 231. So they are right on schedule towards that 230 target we're after. When we do this, we'll show you the bowlers' handicaps, something like this, so that you can see their actual handicaps, and you'll see the proper string displays on the sides as well. So that we have this. Hello, Nico. Good morning. Proper broadcast will begin in just a moment once the second string begins at this point. Just had a bit of a tech flare-up right as the first string began. It was very unfortunate, and that's the way it is. Too many consonants, that's funny. Cadero just drilled another single, and he's at 122 in a ball on 8. In the 8th, he's headed for 140s. Keeping in mind that his average is 109. This is extraordinary bowling. Just found the head pin again. Can't pull the string on the corner pin, but now he's on 131 through 8. Andy Klempa doing his best over there, but the head pin giving him no quarter. Steve Machi having a go. He's on 58 in the ball. A struggle string to begin, but now a chance to load up on lane 10. Gets his 2-pin and a 7-fill, and he's got the opportunity to get back on track. Actually an 8-fill. So maybe he can turn the wood and reverse his fortunes. Cadero on 144 through 9. Didn't get the spare fill he was after. Thinks he's going to make everything at this point. Who could blame him? He's guaranteed the 150s for the ball to go. 152 and a little bit of count to get here. Klempa nearly tipped the pin in. So in the end, John Cadero a 153 to start his afternoon. We're live from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. The second string will begin in just a moment. Machi on back-to-back spares, has 7. Chance for 3 in a row on lane 10. He's got it. Excellent spare streak for him. 93 in a ball through 9. And the 102 average bowler with that flurry now will go over his average. Remember, his partner Mike Paradiso had a 111, so the two of them are suddenly right back in the thick of things. He gets an 8-fill, does Machi, 101 through 9.
Gotta do it once.
Now, the wood betrays him. So Steve will get the 110s after all. After the 41 half, at least a 69 on top of that. Ends up with a 111. Second string of 5 set to begin. Once it's a complete on all the other lanes, then all the balls will move. Greg Gouillart live from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. Top 24 of these 30 pairs, the vast majority, will advance to the knockout round. Top 8 get a first round bye and are therefore excused from one round of the wood chipper.
Sorry you had to see that string.
Oh, no worries. Aileen will have that lit up in just a moment for you. In fact, let me show you the graphics. We got them here ready to go. Just had a bit of a flare-up with them during string number 1. Apologies for the technical inconvenience there. I'm disoriented. I'm running the stream solo today, so it is what it is. But now we should be back on track. Full standings available. Available by pulling down the description as well, so you can see the standings as they come in. I'm using this color coding here. It happens to coincide with the color coding they use on the standings, but it's not quite the same. In fact, I might need to change it. I have an idea. There we go. Bit of a different thing. I wanted to avoid all comparisons with the blue, green, yellow, red color scheme they were using over there to denote who is in the top standings. So wanted to clear that up for you. Now we can do this.
Have at least 5. Exactly. 1 per game. But that's what I figured, 1 per game.
Look at this guy.
Taking a look over there, it looks as though one pair of lanes was about 8 boxes behind, so perhaps due to a pin setter malfunction or other inconvenience, there'll just be a few minutes more and then we'll get set. Thank you again for all your patience this morning.
I think me and Legend are here in the last ball.
Very nice. 9 and 10.
Yeah, I think we're all around 4 and 5.
If you're on 5, then you'll be on 9. Yeah.
5 goes to 7.
I hit right on average 95.
See if we can get a look at the lanes we're waiting on. There it is in all its vastness, 22 lanes here at Ryan Family Amusements. Nigh impossible to see anything, but just wanted to give you a sense of it. About 5 boxes more to go, and then we'll be all set. We can see some scores, I believe, popping in at the moment. Abramczyk and Kadiro's 296. Remember, considering the handicap is tops at the moment. Do I have a way to show you this?
I really wanted it to fall through that time.
Well, I know, but I was saying triple strike.
I forgot about it too. And then they got the back door one. I was like, nice. And you're like, wait. I was like, what are they talking about? I'm like, oh wait. Yeah, let's do that. I need to get one now.
Then you got the 9-pin drop. I'm like, oh shit, he's really gonna go for it.
I wanted it really bad.
Almost. Wait.
Follow the hat was the strike.
Now you can see why when I practice. I had my booties on and just relax. When I got to the back, I don't even try to.
I don't blame you. I can't sit down anymore. I'm going to my car.
Well, that's what gets us. I think whoever's last on their seats, if you have a first half, then you're sitting down for like a half an hour.
Yep.
It's like,
I like Fridays. 2 boxes, you're up quick. You fix whatever you fucking up, or if you're on a roll, you don't want to get it.
well, that's what I think. I don't really.
It's too dark, obviously.
I like it. I was home. I was home before 11 last night. Started at 7:30. I was in Amesbury.
Big enough? Clear enough? Let's see.
50-minute drive home. I don't know where he went. When I left, I was behind him going to the Rotary in Amesbury. He took a right. I was like, okay, I'm going to the highway. Adios, I'm going home. I go straight home. I went right home.
I've done the best I can, folks, but I'm not sure this will be the clearest.
I usually stick around, hang out. I'll talk to
Keeping in mind 230 is the target. A lot of partnerships hitting that target off the bat here. So seeing 296 at the top, 251 currently the first place. Not readable enough. Bummer. If only the font were a little bolder, but I may have to show this information in another way. All right, I tried. I'll report it as I go, and folks can see it for yourself in the description if you get a chance. But I'll do the best I can to report on everything. But right now, we show that 222 is the cut, and 251 the cut for the bye round. So we're looking for a 251 handicap average among the bowlers. So we put this back. Hereabouts. Thanks again, String 2. It was now just 2 boxes away from starting up.
John, what was your final score?
153.
Very nice.
Again, John Cadiro with that 153 has put his partnership way out in front. Here comes the ball movement, and we're on our way. Hello and welcome to those of you just joining us. We are live from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. For the 85% doubles knockout, March Madness sponsored by the Candlepin Bowlers Association. Second string of 5 in this 5-string qualifier, followed by the knockout rounds to come. Here on Candlepin Bowling Network. Also live on Candlepin Corner. On Facebook specifically for the lanes over yonder. I believe it's in the neighborhood of lane 17 or so. First, Andy's going to give a go at fixing that monitor which got knocked askew somehow, some way. Oh, the good old turn it off and on again tactic. I like it. Maybe, just maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, you go from lane 21 to lane 4. Also, I would like to give a big shout out to Mike Legender, who donated $250 to the prize fund. Thank you very much, Mike.
Wow.
Greatly appreciated.
Mike Legender with a generous donation to the prize fund being announced in-house.
Also, just a reminder to bring up your score sheets to myself.
Power
Dave
cycling for the win.
Or Rich Lamone as well. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Dominic Palladino and his partner James Humes coming up with Mike Smith and his partner Duncan McDougall on lane 10 on our featured coverage. My name is Greg Gouillart, and this is Candlepin Bowling Network.
You need horizontal and vertical bumpers, right? That'll help me. Yeah.
If you're new to Candlepin Bowling, it's 3 balls, play the wood where it falls. Strikes are rare, it's a game of spares. Smith on the 3-pin. Gets a 3-1 washout to start out, but has a plank right in front there. Palladino, remember the target for each individual bowler, therefore, would be 115. There may be some rounding errors with the way I'm doing this, but I think it'll give you a better sense of how the partnerships are tracking against their average. 3 pins taken out for Smith. Palladino just wide. Mike Smith, you can look him up on Baseball Reference. True story. If you count all the men who've ever been in Major League Baseball, you couldn't even sell out Fenway Park, or the Sky Dome more aptly. Palladino begins with a 10. Want to make the top 8 to make the knockout round to come. And get a first round bye if you make the top 8. Top 24, make it in the knockout round itself. Smith into the head pin. It's a good hit. Sidewall action gives him nothing, and unfortunately the 5-8-10. Palladino mixing sticks in the back there. Gets a check mark in the middle.
The way he throws it is probably on lane 7. Fair enough.
Remember, 115 the target for each of these bowlers. Smith was looking to cut it. Just the 3-pin taken out. Pinning is everything here, especially as we're trying to get to that target. So Smith with a 7 box here is going to need a couple of marks now to get to that 115. Say the same for Palladino, who falls a half mark back of the pace. Lane 8 much more generous to Palladino. Everyone who we see now on lane 9 going to have to adjust. Hopefully prevail against these pins. 8 pins taken out as Smith. Powers down the 6 and the 9. Palladino the 1, 3, 6, and 8. Four and 7. Yes! Smith all over it for the spare. Just wide. Humes and Palladino currently in 4th place with that 264 considering the handicap. No 7-pin unless I'm hallucinating, so Smith will have to re-rack that. Palladino takes 9. Sometimes 1 pin just doesn't come down on the tubes every now and again, but now a full set. Ivan Oscars got off to a 57 and a ball start. He's doing excellently compared to his average. Smith's spare fill is 7, so we got one of his marks and count that he was after. See if I can do this in a way that doesn't shake the camera so much. 3-pinner ripped away. Mike Smith back to back, and he does have the 2 marks he was after. Now tracking well for that 115. Palladino, nice cut shot spare. You can see why he and Humes are doing well at the moment. Another look at this one in particular. Smith and McDougal in the danger zone at the moment. They got a 222, and we still have a few scores yet to be entered, so they may fall back at the pace. 230 target does mean they're above average. Keep in mind, though, the conditions are quicker here in Millis, so pin action does fly. Obviously, the skilled bowlers will still be overcoming that threshold more often. But though the partnership doubles averages will be 85% to 230, and you would think 230 would be the target, it should be safe for, say, the top 24 at this rate if it continues through the strings. Fills a 4 and 7. But first round by the cut is currently 251. Palladino ends up with an 8 fill instead. So 125 handicap average among the bowlers might be what it takes to prevail into that upper echelon and be excused from the first round of the knockout bracket to come. It's knockout, not elimination, to borrow the Pro Series terminology, in case March Madness, being in the name of this tournament, didn't get the point across. Humes and McDougal now, the partners of the respective bowlers. This will come later. McDougal wayward on the first one, 1, 2, 5, 8, and 9. That's Cora Crafts you see on lane 8. We'll see her later. Humes here, both he and McDougal very familiar with the confines here at Ryan's Millis. Their Friday Night Pro League team, the team, not these two, but the team representing Ryan's Millis, last night took 6 points against Academy 3. Excellent victory for them. For a team that, but for having to face Central 3 every now and again, is on good form. Humes converts the 7-pin collection for the spare. And McDougal begins at 9. Nicely placed in the pocket. And Wood pokes the 5 as if with a billiard cue to take it out. McDougal the 1, 2, 7, 10. Handicaps you see on your screen here, it's 85% to 230 for the partnership, so on average to 115. In many cases, Humes just 4 on the fill. Duncan leaves the 1, 7, 10, the high-low. Chestercove's favored this one, Humes spares. Vice President of the Candlepin Bowlers Association, Dave Chestercove, loves this one, as he mentioned many a time on New England Candlepins. It's pretty when it goes, isn't it? So the DC special goes, and Duncan McDougal gets 7. Another look. A little high on the head pin there, but it goes all the same. McDougal, that's a missile, as he would say. Strike in the 3rd. Duncan McDougal joined us on the microphone for our coverage of Men's Worlds, the ICC. 7 pins for Humes, and he's got a 31 start for the pair. 1, 2, and 7. Wood there, so this may just be a 2-pinner. Left it short, though, and the spare streak stops. See if it goes there. Gets a couple of pins, gets a fine 9 out of this. So Humes and Palladino still on good pace all told. You have to really work hard to get to the 230, only being spotted 5 pins collectively between the team we happen to color in blue. McDougal, that's head pin on a strike. Phil, it's headed for the 10. Nothing, drops it, and he's denied the double. Humes. Bit of a sliding pin action there, 5 and 7. This would may allow the ball to jump, but it's very vertical and very difficult to negotiate. McDougal's try. Left it left. The fill is 9. Humes will just go straight at the pin. Maybe it could have turned in. Off target on it. Duncan, I think there's a catchphrase for that. 45 through 4. Gets it on the third time around. Humes off the wall. Look at this. 5-7 goes. And he makes the shot on the third time around. Who knew? But every little pin counts towards getting that 115 per bowler average. McDougal strikes. Second time in 3 boxes. A last were they consecutive. 55 plus 2. Nice triple, Jeers won. We call this one the 6-pack. Humes into the 1-3. Good shot, no 5-pin. Excellent bid, and he'll be headed for a 60 half if he gets this pin. Someone just won the quick drop jackpot. Sounds like there's a beached whale on the premises. A 9-box and a 59 half for Humes. So now much more the series they're accustomed to. These are handicaps. And then we move over to the second partnerships, Chase Abramczyk and John Ahern. A couple of ACST bowlers. I've spelled Abramczyk correctly, I swear. CZ, if you think of Zernicki, it's the same thing, same little Polish language letter pair. I'm not sure of Abramczyk's exact origin. Ahern, the old lemon drop. Head pin, Abramczyk. Down goes the 6. And the 3-4. Oop. Someone bumped the table, sorry about that. And 7-pin will not go down for John. Chase has the 3 and the 4 pins there.
All right.
Three. Oh, that's an excellent cut shot by Abramczyk. 3 into 4. All that for a 10-box. But that's still worth another look. You never know which pin will be the winner. So consider the pins they're getting spotted here. You can see the handicaps yourself by pulling down the description. If you get a chance. Abramczyk with a 98 average, so just that 10-box, he's already ahead of schedule. Ahern with that 95, 9 is not too bad. Gonna end up into the 3-pin on this one. He gets a 6-pack, but nestles a little bottle opener there. Lemon drop on the 6-pin for Abramczyk. The 4-pin or the 6-pin, we call that one.
Peter, get him out, buddy. Get him out.
Should have been a triple.
If only. Too bad they weren't consecutive.
I should have hit the spare. That's the problem.
Skill issue.
What?
Nothing. Duncan McDougal, you can hear in my microphone here. This is for the 10-box. Ahern gets it. Remember, every 10-box is big for these bowlers in particular. Abramczyk can't escape for anything more than 6. Made that nice split spare earlier. Into the 3-pin, 4 horsemen. Let's see if I can just do this. That'll stabilize it a little more. Only so much I can do, I'm afraid. 4 horsemen and the 9. No. Doing my best. Sorry, folks. Abramczyk wants to get pins at least out of this. That's excellent second ball, so now the chance for 10 again.
Sorry, Greg. But
Yeah, sorry. Even the leaning does that as well, unfortunately. It's brutal.
sorry, but
They didn't make the tables to be streaming friendly, did they?
But he's also going to keep doing it.
Which is, of course, facetious. That's not a thing anyone could have seen coming until we showed up with cameras. We're Candlepin Bowling Network. Both do get 10. Remember, 115's the target. Ahern, 7, make that 8. Abramczyk is not going to split as the 6-pin tipped out. So spare opportunities for both. Ahern split easily negotiated with that plank if he doesn't turn it too much. Let's see where he plays it. Center would be ideal. Right side turned it into the 9-pin, especially when it's distant like that. Abramczyk spares. Remember that 10 box still significant. And he gets it. 39 through 4, excellently pinned. Abramczyk has made some great shots, including that split spare earlier. Five pins, the 4 horsemen, and another one in back. Head pin, my goodness, Abramczyk. A 20 box with authority. 56 plus 2 at the half. Ahern gets the 4, 7, and 8. That went in a jiffy. One, two, there's the 10 box. And a 49 no mark half for Ahern. Which, remember, should be enough for his partner, Andy Klempa, to work off of. We see him on the right coming up in just a moment. And John Cadiro, the man who just threw 153 scratch, a lane to our left, has him and Abramczyk in first place at the moment in the second string of 5. 5-string qualifier, top 24 advance, top 8 first round bye. The majority will advance, but very important to make sure of that, as if you don't advance, it's very probable that maybe a missed pin here or there could be the difference. Want to make sure on these second balls. So Klempa barrels out a lot and basically does the work here. Cadiro should be okay. He does have a plank there to simplify the out. If he shades left, he should be good for a few here, and he can avoid too much trouble. Problem is, he's yanked it to the right, and he ends up with a 5 to start. Klempa begins with 9. So a massive crash for the man who has perhaps the high single in the room at the moment. There is a high single pool going at the moment. Head pin, that 3-pin gets over, and a 10 does as well. Cadiro right back on target, and he's got a 10-pin. He's quickening up. I see I'm very hasty to the ball return there, eager to make amends. So nothing a spare can't repair. Klempa has his on the lane over. Cadiro got it. Just kept it on the lane. It counts all the same. Keep an eye on that white box. You see the total score with handicap factored in, included as well. Just 3 out for Klempa on the first one on the fill. Head pin, down goes the 7, 4-10 with wood. Does either do enough? Maybe with a sidewall carom? The red lines are looking towards the curtain, definitely. Cadiro red line, and it does go straight back. Difficult to negotiate. It would probably require that sort of lateral bounce. Klempa gets 3 more. That's a fine out. And you see the scores here. I have an Ilgauskas will be up in a moment on lane 8. He's on 57 and a ball at the half, which is an incredible start. 10 pin for Kadiro. Klempa losing the range just a little bit. Now needs an out. Excuse me while I fix this. There we go. Kadiro spares another 10 pin, and he's all over it. 42 in the ball. He'll try to make a living off this shot. Did I mention the Nico finals tomorrow? Oh, no. No, Nico, I did not mention the Nico. Nico finals tomorrow, New England knockout, that is to say. Tomorrow, 4 p.m., Sunnyside Bowlodrome in Danvers, Massachusetts. I'll be alongside Paul Grant, who's busy doing Candlepins for Cancer at the moment, also here on Candlepin Bowling Network YouTube. Bob Lee will also have coverage of a Scotch doubles tournament. The details of which I'm not fully aware of, I confess. I just learned the news just today. Missing a score here. Klempa luckless on the head pin, and now needs to get some value from one of the 2 or 3 pins. Nice shot, Kadiro spare. Comes right back on it and has a 3-mark half. So after the 5 box, right back on pro pace and maybe on pace for that first round bye. Klempa, excellent out. Makes a 10, by the way. That's an extraordinary make. And who knows, the pins were tough to come by. Every little twig he comes up with might make a big difference. We go back to the top here and we see the scores as they stand. 130 for Abramczyk and Kadiro. .123 Smith and McDougal. And there you go. Smith on a 57 half. Palladino, oh no, ball didn't really drive through. Perhaps it developed some left to right break at the last moment and just missed the 5. He does have a plank in front. Perhaps playing it to the right side might be the idea. Plays red line and it goes straight back. Threw his hands up. He wasn't thrilled with where it ended up, so well, I often say it's hard to gauge intent. Very likely you could tell that wasn't his. 8 and 9. At 72 will not tap anything. Will it turn, or is it just going to die in the right gutter? Alas, 4 pins for Palladino. All is left Chestercove's favorite. Candlepin Bowlers Association.org to learn more about this organization, an organization of bowlers looking to better the game. Already had a very successful youth pro event that took place at Academy Lanes, which we also featured here on Candlepin Bowling Network. Hopefully a lot more to come, including a ranking of bowlers' averages compiled across a series of major events and anything else submitted to them. Smith an 8 box, 73 through 7, and Palladino a 9, 71 through 7. Both these bowlers in the Atlantic Candlepin Singles Tour. A traveling series of events headed by Commissioner Danny Finn, president of the league, and employed here at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Mass. Smith in box 9 thought he drilled the pocket. Instead, the pins share their opinion. 1, 2, 9, and 10 for Palladino. Was a little too deep for the 2 pin here, so Smith will have a hard time leveraging it all. Gets a piece of it. It's coming across the 10 pins hit. It's wiggling and not falling somehow. Extraordinary bid by Smith. And all told, a quality 10. Valentino leaves the headpin standing, but only 1 pin less. Not that it's directly head-to-head. That's Candlepin sometimes. Pins will giveth and taketh. As the King James version of the saying goes. 1-9 for Smith. Valentino, 4 horsemen and a 7 pin. Just the 9 taken out. For the 10, so Smith will need 1 more mark at this point. He got that 4 fill earlier, which didn't do him the biggest favor. Valentino, unfortunately, with the 7 box, and apart from the first box, the lack of 10s is unfortunately holding his string back. Obviously tough when you only get 1 mark in the first place. But of course, 20 box still gives his partner Humes, who has a 59 half, the chance to do some work and pick up the partnership from here. Smith into the head pin. His partner also, same thing, McDougal on 55 plus 2 at the half scratch. Valentino, 7, 8, 10 wood available. Looks pretty congested up there as Smith gets just off target on the 3 pin. Valentino's case, the 8 could send wood into the 10, but he'll probably have to use the front plank, and then how does he get back to the 8? Maybe the piece between the 8 and the 10 helps out in this case. Spins in, and unfortunately, the gridlock prevails. Just like it usually does on the Mass Pike. 9 box and a 7. So for Mike Smith, 101 for his string, 108 with the handicap, and Palladino 94 and 96. So a tough second string for the 2 of them. But their partners with the potential to bring them up to that 230 target as Humes and McDougal step up now. Humes would need a few marks to do that. McDougal filling the strike, starting with 5. Duncan again. Head pin spare on strike. So the 20 box. So with his partner's 108, he requires a 122, and now this seems quite doable. Humes would require a 134 handicap, so he's going to need to start developing a mark chain. This is his 3rd ball in the 6th. Takes the prudent route, it takes a 9 box. So if you want bowling all day here on Candlepin Bowling Network, you can. Please like the stream so people know about it. And also check out Candlepins for Cancer qualifying taking place, Candlepin Bowling Network on YouTube. And the coverage of the Scotch doubles, I need to check the start time on that with Bob Lee. Scotch doubles where they share a string. Share a score sheet in effect. Much like they did on Candlepin doubles on Channel 5 back in the day. McDougal 5 fill, dancing head pin, dancing wood as well, that helps. Blank, oh, billiard cue takes it out for Humes for the spare. He's got 1. Duncan with an 8 box, but if he gets running 10s here, they'll be bang on that 230 target. 1, 3, and 8. Remember, Duncan just needs pins. Humes needs count here, getting it, 7. 1, 3, and 8 doesn't seem impossible. If he makes the 2-pinner, maybe the wood turns into the 8. Nice to see AJ Gurliaccio and Steve Body in the building as well. Headpin straight back. So Humes punched it. Harsh judges of the shot are the pins. McDougal takes a 9 box. Now would need a mark to make darn sure of the 230. Even though they're basically in the neighborhood. Someone emulating a line judge, signaling the ball going through the uprights in Humes' case. It was his partner, Dominic, in fact. Mischievous man. Well, the bowlers speak fluent sarcasm, though, then again, so there you go. Humes on the head pin. Mixing. 6 tips over. That may be bad news, and you see Humes' frustration. 1, 3, 8, and 10 all goes for McDougal, and he does get the mark. A 4-mark string, as Smith encouraging him to fill it up. Left side bumps the 9 in front of the 10. That was Humes' best chance, it seemed. Just got it to get too far away. A 9 box for him, and a tough go for the partnership we happen to have in blue. Mike Smith on 108. McDougal could pin out 121, even if he blew the fill here. He's got his head pin a little bit on the crossover side in his case, but gets the break of the corners. 8 fill. Humes, a little light in the pocket, but gets 7. Gets that little bit extra. That's the effects of a fast house. You can have a little more leniency if you're off your angle here. It's not as strict. Duncan missed his 2-pinner. Humes gets triangle number 4. Spare in the 10th, 112 and a ball. Duncan is 10, 125. Excuse me, 125. Handicap total for the partnership, 237 against that target of 230. 85% to 230 for the partnership total. I've split it up among bowlers here. That may cause a slight rounding error in some cases, which should give you a clear sense of who's on track or not. So Humes ends up with 119, and the partnership ends up with 218. For this second string total. So Humes doing very well here. The best he can for his partnership. See who else can hit that 115 target. Abramczyk and Ahern. Both on track for that. If they keep this pace up. Another 49 for Ahern. In fact, would get it bang on. Abramczyk on a strike fill. Now it's just a question of running up the score and making future strings easier. This is mixing. He's got a 4-7. He could spare this time. Chase is going to run down 1, 4, 7, 8, 9 to start the strike fill. Our nice shot spare. And after that strong pinning foundation, should be able to much more easily get on target. Jay's a loss of the ball at the line. He's going to end up with a 5 fill and a 5 box, negating the strike fill, but the pinning is solid still, so a few more 10s, just average bowling from him would be sufficient. 98 average bowler. Just bowling average would be enough. Top 24 out of 30 pairs will advance to the next round. Ahern with just a 3 fill. We've seen a lot of bounce backs here. 7 pins can collapse in a hurry here. Abramczyk just light on the head pin. Ryan Family Amusements, you hear the roar of the arcade behind me. Every location at Ryan's has an arcade. Most have bowling as well. Check them out at, what's the web address? Maybe Bowlmore can help me. Ah, there it is, ryanfamily.com. Ryan Family Amusements, or Ryan's for short. 3, 7, and 9. If I had a magic wand, the location in Malden would be back as well. Would have fit in very nicely with the gaming district they had over there, but can't have it all. A very successful entertainment empire created by the Hall of Fame Ryan brothers. 7 and 9. Split doesn't work out for Ahern. Thought he could turn the wood into the corner. Abramczyk jammed it into the line perhaps, and does not get the 1-3-7-9 to go. 7-10, excuse me. Ahern just has a plank to get for the out. It didn't turn into the 9. Pins thought it deflected up too high, apparently. 8 box aside. Score correct now, excuse me. So again, each individual bowler looking for 115. Just solid pinning will do. Ahern finally letting a few pins getting away there. He's right back on it, and a plank sits in front of the 7 and gives him a great chance. Abramczyk head pin, diamond crumbling, and the 3 pin will get the string pulled. No, Paul, that was not a bombs away, baby, but who cares? Red line spare for Ahern. 9th box, a productive one for both. Zach on the crossover side, but the action just kept on mixing for Abramczyk. Abramczyk. Ahern. Takes aim on lane 10. 3 pins on the spare fill. Strike fill. Abramczyk, that's head pin. It's high, and it's the 4, 5, 6, and 10. Woof. Still, he's going to try and optimize for count here. An average strike fill is 8, and the 2 pins on the right side offer the most prudent route. Will he try and incorporate a spare bid into this? That's into the red line, popping a pin. Might get a 9th, might get a 10th. He spares! Split spare conversion of Abramczyk. Just when it looked like the shot was beyond hope, action came off the left wall. And you just see it kept on going. And with Abramczyk's power, allowed that to happen. Gouillart happy for him to do the driving. He took his partnership onto the express route. Abramczyk spare fill in the 10th. Head pin light at 6, and it's 119 scratch and a 133 handicap against that 115 target. Ahern over his target as well. Even if the spare fill fell away, he still did his job for the partnership. It brings up Andy Klempa, who will need a couple of marks here to do the same. Massive backswing, 5, 8, and 9. Gouillart crossover side, 5 pin, and Wood nearly bumped it out. 9 fill and a 64 scratch half. He's on pace for less than his last one. Ooh. And again on the crossover side for Klempa. 5 pin, drilled. Gouillart is just completely dialed in. He has 4 marks and 5. So clearly we are following the hot hand here. Full standings available. We'll see if their score holds. Klempa gets 10. No scores inputted as yet. No lanes are complete, I don't believe. Klempa offline. Gouillart loves it. 5-pin. Has wood behind. The fill is 9 again. 83 through 6. And yet again, after a 5-box start, Gouillart with a massive opportunity to put together another blockbuster. We'll just want to dig into the 1-3 here. Punches out those 2 pins. Gouillart offline this time. Plank was behind, it did not offer respite. And Gouillart clearly was aware of that, but just didn't find the range. And he takes an 8. His speed is untrackable by the gun here at Ryan's. The speed gun, that is to say. It's just too darn quick. Bob Lee, our executive producer, prefers to track speed out of the hand. And you see the sidewall action that power generates, and how? Andy Klempa with a backdoor strike. Gouillart 4 horsemen and a 9. So Smith and McDougal happy with their performance on lane 10. Klempa now does have the chance after Ahern hit 116 compared to the 115. Klempa can now go over the 115 with a good count here and a good follow-up. We've seen Phil's fizzle here. Fast house, say what you will, you still have to be on your objects. Gouillart putting another 9 on the score sheet, this time without that little corner smudge. Klempa finds the 3-pin on this one. So remember, that's still a head pin drought for him, but 1, 2, 5, 8, 9. Throw a spread eagle ball, you get a 9 fill. He spares! Right on track now. Gouillart head pin does not get the 7-pin, but still, Abramczyk and Gouillart are on target as well. He'll take 10 and 111 through 9. Do I have a replay saved? Yeah, I do. 1, 2, 5, 8, 9. Just throws the ball straight back and it just rattles around it there. Bouncy ball at the line. Goodness gracious. Klempa with an earlier release and it works out beautifully. 9 more. Gouillart still. They make strike. 121 plus plus. And thank you for pressing the button. Klempa spare just gets it. Hit your reset, let's go. Nope, they'll go fill for fill on this one. I would love to see a standardized rule around this. I'd love a revisiting either the ICBA rules. Obviously, we're here to talk about the CBA today, but still would love a revisiting of turn order. This one, Gouillart strikes again. 2 in the 10th. 18 bucks for Klempa, 120 and a 127 handicap, 243 partnership total. Abramczyk and Gouillart headed for a possible 270 handicap after they just had a 296. Somehow this is all going to be below where they were. Gouillart, the count is 8 more. A 28 bucks gives 139. I fixed the double strike fill as well. 277. Third string of 5 will begin in just a moment. But like I was mentioning, the norm, should ball for ball be a written norm? Should it be, if it were me, I would say bowler for bowler in head-to-head competitions. Maybe ball for ball in the last boxes of a match when the scoring tactics really do matter in a match like this. This is just a qualifier, though, and all the lanes aren't technically attached, even though we cover 2 of them at a time. So it's an interesting thought here. Candlepin Bowlers Association, you can check them out, candlepinbowlersassociation.org, also with presence on Facebook and updates there. Join on with a membership and you get access to their annual report. Including their average tracking and the rankings of that. Taking a look over yonder, looks like we have just a couple more boxes and then we'll get set for string number 3 in just a moment.
Oh, I always do. I want.
Third string of 5 set to begin in just a moment here. Andy Ivanauskas on lane number 9, partnered with Cora Crafts. .85 average, went past it last string. Say the same for Cora Crafts and her 90 average, so the partnership doing well for themselves. Into the 2-pin. 1, whoa. Ivanauskas nearly with a strike here. Palladino into the head pin, 4, 7, and 8. That's a spare, as you see clearly indicated by Andy. Triangle just gets away.
Danny, just 7.
Any women bowling today? Yes. Katie DeRogers is here. Becky Wright and Amy Doobie, sisters, are one partnership as well. Who else do I notice? Strike Palladino in the second. Ivanauskas Sparefield just 2. Sonia Johnson partnered with Troy Fournier. I thought I saw one more. Lauren Belmont, Nick Brienzi. Alex Laprise with Ryan Brindisi. And Cora Crafts in just a moment. I may have missed one, I apologize, but that's what I see. Palladino strike Phil still working. Gets the 7 to trip out to Paul's delight. Oh, that 9-pin, you were hit. Ivanauskas wants it to go. Maybe he can hit the head pin into the plank with any luck. Palladino spares. Ivanauskas pops the head pin around the plank instead, and it flutters away. Off target on this one, 9-box whether it had gone or not. But again, 28 through 3, ahead of schedule for the 85 average bowler. Palladino with a 112 average, ahead of his pace. It was no fill, excuse me. You're absolutely right. Almost the same leave. Ivanauskas has an 8-pin poke back there. Thank you, Carl, for the catch on that. Palladino, whoa, made the 4-7-10. A split of no importance. Shows you the power he's got, though. Ivanauskas bumps the 6-pin a tad. He's got a prudent 2-pinner to the right. He may choose on the third ball. Palladino for the out, 4 fill and a 9-box. Aggressive out, and it takes the same 9 for Ivanauskas. It's the 1-6. Some will play a bunch on the right side. That's the conventional wisdom. But we know how much every pin matters. You see Ivanauskas realizing the equity of getting the head pin and still getting one more. Even if it wasn't the perfect 3 conversion, he ended up break even anyway. Even the 2-pinner, not a guarantee. It's not like there was a plank back there. He's mixed out the 2 and 5. 1, 3, 8, 9, and 10. Offline. Ivanauskas does a curl back in. Yes! 2 mark half Ivanauskas, 45 and a ball. Palladino needs an out. 1-3, pocket works. Yes, perfectly played for the 10-box and a 61 half. So you see the scores there. Ivanauskas, even if this fill doesn't work out either, running 9 boxes like he's had a bunch of would still work out. Turning it over as soon as McGraphics will. Ahem. Cora Kraft steps up. And we welcome back James Humes. Ivanauskas and Kraft currently in 10th place, had a 248 handicap in the last one, so they've hit their 230 target twice. Humes and Palladino, 11th place, right behind with a 482. Top of the shop still Mr. Candy Shop, Candy Man, John Cadiro, and Chase Abramczyk, 573. Way ahead, 48 pins ahead of Chuck DeRogers and Austin Barnes. Listen, fairly sure that's Chuck and not Katie in this case. 2-pinner, Humes covers for a starting spare. 115, the individual targets. 230, the partnership targets. Kraft's got her single pin, bumps the wood, but back into the pit. And gets carted away by the carousel. Unhittable pin, right? At least in my experience. 9 is fine. As the folks at Norwood Sports Center used to mention to me. Still curious about the fate of Norwood. I thought there was a sale pending at last check, but I haven't heard word since. No insider knowledge of the situation. We're here at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. A flourishing 22-lane Candlepin Center, perfect for the whole family. All sorts of ways to have fun, including the bowling and including the arcade as well. My high single is 150 here, but that's only because I've won the quick drop jackpot. 3 and 2 split. Humes puts the 2-pin straight back. Good bid. Mr. Slow on the spare fills. Its fill was 5. Crafts just shy of the head pin. I don't see individual bowler scores, but of course it doesn't functionally matter for the tournament, so I can see why they've decided to skip a step. Nor say, would you need it for any sort of Pro Series Bowler of the Year standings. In that case, you do need the individual totals, where that roll-off is significant. Here, it truly is all about the partnership. There is absolutely no individual glory. Your fates are absolutely tied. Whereas in the Pro Series, the roll-offs, of course, function for the 5-string roll-off, but in the Pro Series point standings, it's always taken as a 5-string individual competition, regardless of the format. That'll be coming up next Saturday, but I won't be able to join you for that, unfortunately. Important family business calls, but still, I regret it. But we'll have Paul Grant there. I believe we'll have Rick Santucci as well. We're awaiting confirmation for sure. No, actually, I do believe he's in for that. Looking forward to seeing that. And then, of course, the playoffs in a month's time after that. Teams for the 10 box. We're here on Candlepin Bowling Network on Facebook and YouTube. All our broadcasts are on YouTube, including the Candlepins for Cancer roll-offs as well. So YouTube generally tends to be the best viewing experience, though, of course, Facebook, we have a lot of our announcements. Try as Nico Pujar, our social media manager, tries to put them in both places. After we just leave him a mess and he picks it up for us. Crafts just 3 pins. Humes has a 4-1 split to contend with. Has to basically get to that target himself, only being spotted 3 pins. What a 111 average bowler. Lost the handle in this one. Crafts down the center line to the left. 1, 3, 5, and 9. So Humes with his first imperfect box gets a 7 box. He'll need 2 marks at least, maybe 3 to get there. 2 marks is the absolute minimum he needs. Crafts again with a 9 box here, and consider that if she gets 9s all the way, she comes pretty darn close to getting 115. And then remember, Ivan Oskis on 45 and a ball has an above average half in his own right. So again, Ivan Oskis and Crafts doing what they have to do in this case to keep hitting that 230 target and keep themselves in the standings band that's colored green in that 9 to 16 band. It doesn't get them the first round bye, but it gets them higher seed. I believe it gets them lane choice in the knockout round to come, for what that's worth. Which again, in that ball for ball tactical play, maybe some of these partnerships might have a preference. Littlest things make the biggest differences, so worth noting. This wood has to snap somehow for Humes. Got it to snap into the 6-8. Crafts into the pocket here. Down goes the 9, but not the 2. Good effort, and again, a chance for a 10 box. Keeping the pinning going. It would put her right back in a 9 box pinning pace here. But the plank drives straight back. So Ivan Oskus and Kraft on 89 and a ball there. Scratch at the half. A vacancy now on lane 9, and we go just straight to Chase Abramczyk in this case. Jason John with an excellent previous string, combining for 277, which has them lopsidedly ahead of the field right now. 48 pins ahead. It is Katie DeRogers and Austin Barnes who they're ahead of in second place. We'll actually see them in just a moment, interestingly. They are currently bowling on lane 7. Abramczyk third ball coming up, head pin. Drives the plank around the 8 pin, and that frustrating spin will cost him 1. But a 9 box. Alex Laprise, Ryan Brindisi in third place right now, just 3 pins back of that second place. Stephen Venezia and Micah Imperato, who's currently, the latter of whom is currently tag teaming the streaming on Candlepin Corner Facebook. Currently in fourth place, 54 back. Kochi and Kochi, that's Justin and Rich. Fifth place. And then Chuck DeRogers, Nick Leach, so two DeRogers husband and wife in second and sixth place. They both got time for a lunch date at this rate if they get the first round bye. Corey Packard. Is partnered with, where is it? Dave Blanchard. They're in seventh place. And then who have we? John Harrington and Mike Kent in eighth place. Abramczyk with a couple of 9s to begin his string. Trying to get back to his explosive ways. You see there, sometimes he will miss the head pin, but when he dials into the head pin, he is all over it. Billy Shiner Sr. is popping into your picture now. Experienced that on the other side with his then opponent Dave Hodge-Mallahan last night, when his team Millis took 6 points. So it's sort of that same what-if question of what if Abramczyk was hitting the head pin? Will that power ultimately prevail for him? Head pin and the aggressive outworks out. He has a 10 box. Again, goes straight at that head pin, probably because he saw the plank back there and saw he was liable to get it all. Five-string qualifier. Total pinfall, 85% of the difference between the partnership's total and 230. So there's an upper limit to this. If you have a 115 average as a bowler, you're putting some weight on the other bowler. We haven't yet seen a partnership where, on our featured lanes, where that's an issue, but at some point, the benefit stops. Abramczyk needs an out against the half Worcester. He can still pin out 10s and get to the 115. He'd be fine here. Needs it now. Gets a 5 box. So again, John Cadero started his last string with a 5 box. Didn't really affect him much, did it? RyanFamily.com for more information about Ryan Family Amusements, like this location here in Millis, Massachusetts. That's off the foul line. Boink. It takes out just 3 pins. Had it been a clean spread eagle, it'd be bonus money from Candlepin Bowling Network. Were it converted. Lesson to more of the conventional wisdom. There was a post recently on Candlepin Chat on Facebook about this, of which side you would play it on. Got feedback from a wide range of bowlers of all skill levels. A lot of them would play less and more, but not unanimous outcome there. Romchik just to the 40 half on this one. So with average bowling, he would put himself well below the target. Let's see if John Cadiro can help him out here. He has been nothing but helpful all day long. And the 10 pin gets over finally. He's shy of the corner though. Toughest corner pin for the lefty. Out of the channel there, I do believe that'll be just a 9-box.
That hurt more. It didn't make sense to me.
That one with all the nurses. To me, with all the nurses.
Sometimes the bowlers like to relax by leaning on the table, unfortunately causes the occasional tremor. This usually subsides after a few minutes. Into the 3-pin, 4 horsemen and a 5-pin. Oh, 4 pins get tapped. Sometimes I will use a distinct table, but in this case, this happened to be the simplest thing. Otherwise, I'd be blocking the aisle away, and it'd be a whole thing. Hi there. 1 and a 5. Gets an 8-box. And 17 through 2. Top 24 advance out of the 30 pairs in the competition right now. Then we get on to the true bracket tournament in the style of March Madness. Just a straight-up knockout match. 5-pin spotted for John Cadiro. As we handicap 85% to a partnership total of 230. Cadiro head pin 4 and 8. Into the 8-pin goes Cadiro, and he'll be left with just the 4. Takes the 10. So a much slower start for the pair in this particular case. Haven't had a mark yet after the flurry of marks they treated us to in the second string of 5. That's still got them way out in front right now. But now my eyes are starting to wander to see if maybe Katie DeRozier's pair with Austin Barnes is faring any better. I think they're doing okay at the moment by the looks of things. That's into the head pin, 5-pin only for Cadiro. Playing straight back. Cadiro does not make it to the 5-pin. Another stream available with Micah Imperato over on Candlepin Corner on Facebook. I'll help you out in just a second there. 10 bucks. 5 pins taken out. Head pin just glanced away. Forgive me, multitasking a second here. And there's the 10. All right. Caught up here. So plug this in.
Half depth. Half line and half depth. How many don't tell Corrado. I just don't see that.
Andy Ivanauskas back up on a spare fill, 2 fill. But still, though, the 47.5 has him above average. Dominic Palladino, down goes the 5 pin as well. Gets the 9 and the 10. I'll just do that real quick. And sorry about that, folks. Again, I'm off target on that. I had my head down for a moment and missed a detail here. Palladino gets the spare. Ivanauskas on box 7. And there it is. Alongside me now, Kevin Burns. Good afternoon, it is.
Well, hello, Greg. Sorry I'm late. I didn't know about this because nobody told me.
Didn't expect you to be here, but nice to see you now. Pleasure to have you alongside. 85% to 230 for a partnership total, so the targets will be 115 for the individual bowlers. You see the handicaps light up on your screen. Palladino's spare fill, it's a 410. Ivanauskas collects his 10 box. So we'll try and keep an eye on the standings throughout the day here. Right now, Kadiro and Abramczyk on our pair, coming back up in a second, are lopsidedly ahead of the field right now. Had a slow first half here, so maybe, just maybe, they've allowed competition to come back in. And ultimately, it's all about the knockout bracket to come. Ivanauskas a box ahead. That's fine. It's not paired off lanes after all.
It's not paired off until you get to the knockout.
Precisely. Needs an out here on this third ball. Palladino through his third. It's an 8 box. Here it is for the out. Slicing a pin. Get over 9. Will you? Hits the button. Don't think it was falling anyway, in fairness.
I don't think it was. I don't think that piece of wood hit it hard enough for it to fall.
Don't turn your back on it too soon, then again, some would say. Though if the pin is partway down, I wonder if that would fall in the ICBA definition, not the CBA, which we're doing today, but the ICBA definition of give bowler the benefit of the doubt.
Nope. The pin has to be down in order for it to count.
45 degrees?
Even 45 degrees, it has to be down.
Don't hit the button too soon. That's the easiest way to avoid doubt.
And let me guess, when you bowl hand to summer, you push the button prematurely a lot, right?
No. I can't aim, but the button I've got down.
Okay.
I loved pushing the elevator button as a kid. I know how to press the button. It's the most effective way to knock down pins, you'll find. 9 box and an 8. Palladino on target here, provided he just pins out well. He's already done his work with the 22 bonus pins.
It's at 96.
Into the 3 pin. This is swiveling around. 2 tips in front of the 4-7. Ivanauskas, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Good first ball, didn't get what he was after here. So it'll be tough to spare this out here, but if he just gets 2 and 2, he'll be pretty close to the 115 he was after.
I like Palladino's sleeve a little bit better, though, Greg. I mean, he has a nice plank. Plays the plank instead of the headpin directly, but
would have gotten it there. Ivanauskas, it's still all there. Just a few balls that have gotten away have cost him on the spare fills, but still, you see, it's getting him the 10s, which is the crucial part. Can he get this and get his average? Just shy of it with a 7-box. 9-box Palladino, 105 through 9. But again, being shy of his average, he was spotted almost all the pins to get up to that 115. Anyone who shows up here with a 120 average, farewell, though. Right now, the first place is 573, so they're averaging 140, so it would need exceptional bowling even from the scratch bowlers to accomplish that level, and that's, again, Abramczyk and Kadiro head of the field. Palladino's 7-pin and a plank. Stay on the lane, yes. 115 in the ball.
Nice little spear there for Palladino.
So for Mark String, perfectly sensible pro-grade bowling. Humes on a 53 half has some work to do to get to his 115 target, but Palladino might simplify the task. If he could get a 10 fill, get 127, Humes wouldn't even need a mark to hit the partnership goal of 230.
AJ's talking on the far left from us, just threw a double strike.
Did he now? 68 half strike. How about that? Palladino lost the fill a bit, but it's 4. And he ends up with a 119. So 121 for his part, so Humes needs a 109 handicap, so 56 pins? Absolutely doable. 56 pin scratch at this point. For Humes, the 111 average bowler, that shouldn't be too tall a task. Corecraft's a 90 average bowler, bang on pace. Head pin, Humes, 4-pin. And this third string of 5 here from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis. 6, 9, and 10.
And that's Saturday. I'll be at Ryan's Family in Buzzards Bay.
Remind us again what that is.
It's actually, this go around, instead of it being a doubles event, it's actually a singles event. It's a St. Patrick's Day kind of deal.
Very nice. So that'll be on Candlepin Bowling Network. That'll also be on YouTube at the same time as we air the Pro Series.
Paul Grant and Rick Sanucci will be covering the Pro Series because you won't be there.
Correct.
Because you have another commitment.
Family obligations.
Normally, for viewers who might not know, normally Greg and I cover the men. Paul usually covers the ladies all by himself. Then it's the 3 of us doing the finals. Or semifinals, something like that.
We're there one way or another, and it's great to see you out there here on Facebook and YouTube. 5 fill for Humes. Oh, that 5-pin will not drop for Cora.
That 5-pin moved off the spot. Now, a lot of people argue this rule. Why is it when a pin slides over, it's not considered down? There's a reason. It has to be on the plate. It can't be standing at all for it to be considered down.
It's fair.
But I do see a lot of points that a lot of people make about sliding pins.
I've never seen. Have you seen a league bowler ever complain like that should be down? Well, I mean, everyone gets frustrated in the moment then again.
Well, look at Harvard. Harvard has brand new gowns. Look at, this is the issue with brand new pins. They tend to slide more. They're not broken in. So you can see why people will say, oh, why is the pin not down? And I said, it slid. It slid out the spot. That means it's not down. It's still standing. The whole body of the pin needs to be on the plate.
Right.
Any caps that are standing, those are pins that are standing.
Spread eagle for Humes. Bonus money if it goes for a spare. It doesn't get on the object pin. what's interesting to me is it reminds me of how American Products are another pin manufacturer returning to the game alongside Garland, and they got their pins in Exeter and yes, in Metro as well as of recently, and they actually have an option to lease the pins. So I'm thinking, maybe the pins will never be broken in at this rate. You get what you get.
Exactly. But Garland's you have to buy outright.
Makes sense to me, though. Maybe you could get them as is, I suppose, if there is a lease program in the first place. Interesting alternative. That's for bowling, from a bowling center's point of view.
I know we're Candlepin, but I'm going to say this. But I do know a duck pin place that does lease them.
The pins,
Yes.
which I think American Products is in that game as well.
Exactly.
Enough.
They're big in that game.
4 horsemen and a 10 for Humes. Of course, not far from where we sit here in Millis is Paramount Industries, a bowling ball manufacturer.
I actually went right by there on my way here just a little while ago.
You can't not.
You can't. I got to hit that place so bad, though.
No 10 pin for Humes.
I got to go there soon anyway. I need a new set of bowling balls, unfortunately.
It's in Medway, the town over, technically.
Yep.
Well, basically right on the line. So, Humes gets the 10 here. He can still have one more mark. He can get to 109, and Palladino and Humes would hit the partnership total. Remember, both these pairs are in the 9 through 16 bracket. Kraft nicely played 1-7 for the out in a 10 box. That's worth another look. They won't be able to reach the 230 in this case, but still, every pin counts. And again, they built a buffer, Ivanauskas and Kraft, because they've been over that target in the first 2. Humes would like this mark here in particular.
He's going to have to work for it.
I'm trying not to do the standard sports cliche. He wants to knock down all the pins. Premise of bowling. 4-7-9 in Humes' case.
That piece of wood, that's going to be problematic, Greg.
Trying to play it.
He did, but it did go over, but it slid off before it could touch anything else.
Cora's into the 2-pin here. Needs an out. Humes takes the 10. So fine partnership total, 226. Not exactly where they wanted it. A lot of scores came in higher in the first string anyway. But it's not far off. We'll see if that's enough. In the 6-10, this will be just a 5-box or an 83 string. Ivanauskas and Krafts combined for 213 handicap. One vacant lane again on lane 9, so we go just to lane 10 and chase Abramczyk. In Kadyros, the action starting to slow down a bit in the early going. Taking a peek around, I'm trying to see if any scores are really lighting it up. One bowler scratched 121, of course. We have to consider the handicaps as well in all cases. A.J. Stockton's one double strike string. I'm trying to squint over there. He ends up with 145. Abramczyk just 3 to begin. So some scores lighting up the room, but not nearly all.
Well, this place is a fast house anyway. I mean, you would expect a lot of high scores.
Including the world record scorer, Jenny Rowe, 210.
And Pete Crawford's 224, something like that.
The highest men's singles here, 227. I love that number.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You bowl here in the summertime, correct?
Every now and again, except for the last summer, Abramczyk converts the check mark for 10. Get some pretty big names around here. Of course, Justin Waters, that Mr. Number 1 in the Candlepin Bowlers Association average charts bowls out of here. Det Klein, Hall of Famer, bowls out of here. And a lot of connections with Fairway Sports World Natick, the one that closed down. A lot of the leagues relocated here, including some still going to this day. So still some continuity with the former home of Channel 5. 3 and 7 here for Abramczyk. We've seen him make some cut shots for split spares before, not this time. Wearing the Boutwell's Concord, New Hampshire shirt.
And that's where our colleague Paul Grant is today.
Doing the Candlepins for Cancer roll-offs over yonder. Seen Meg Douglas in chat already. Beloved bartender and employee there. Abramczyk and 8. Hello, Jim. Nice to see you and everyone in chat here on Candlepin Bowling Network. Doing the equivalent of a red-eye flight. First did the Friday Night Pro League, and now this. 5 strings qualifying into a top 24 knockout bracket to come. 5 and 8. Broadcast also available on Candlepin Corner Facebook with Micah Imperato. If he's not too busy bowling himself, that is, of course. He's probably, I think it's more of a set it and forget it type deal he's got over there, since obviously he wouldn't be multitasking the commentary. Makes sense to me, personally.
No, when I walked in, Justin Waters said, "Are you here to commentate?" I said, "Yeah, I'm not here to bowl because, one, my knee and my ankle are not ready for it yet." So
nice of him to ask, even though he would have been several minutes late to the bowling. Here, you're welcome. There, I don't think you have a chance. I guess I feel like they should allow you to start anyway. Like, okay, if you really think you can catch up in 4 strings out of 5, good luck. You're too late for the first one, but maybe you can still get it. Like Sam D'Agostino missing the 11th string of Easter because he came back late from lunch.
yeah, you have up until the 5th box to either get in or forfeit.
Them's the rules. 3-4 off the wall, around back. Rolls the wood, and Abramczyk rolls his eyes. Got a bit of a Wayne Gretzky tuck to the shirt. I like it. Shout out to the GOAT. 10 box there, 78 through 9.
No, the GOAT is Tommy Olsen.
Over here, of course.
Yeah.
Stacia Zernicke, Tom Olsta. And again, nice little mnemonics for how to spell Abramczyk's name, that consonant before the Z. Oh, that 7 tube just isn't going, so now they'll probably, might be a service call. We'll see on this one. See if any scores are popping in the meantime. You folks can pull down the description and do the same thing. All we know is we see one person scoring here, but again, coming into this, Abramczyk and Kadiro in first place. Barnes and Katie DeRogers, Laprise and Brindisi, Venezia and Imperato, Kochi, DeRogers, that's Chuck DeRogers and Nick Leach. Packard and Blanchard in 7th, and Harrington and Kemp in 8th. Now we've got 10 on the plate. So a struggle string for the partnerships we've all seen here that had been higher up in the standings here, but now we're really having to throw 3 balls a lot of the time. That's going to get exhausting real quick. 4, 6, and 10. I always wonder how much that endurance aspect happens, because this game doesn't get easier as you go, and the more you have to do that motion, especially for the 3rd ball, which is vital, but also the lowest scoring shot in the game. It just takes that much more discipline to be on those single pins, because that so-called lowest value shot in the game could make a big difference later on, especially in a format where everyone's getting spotted pins, which crunches the outcomes together and makes it all the more important. I am almost positive I have the correct spelling of Abramczyk, but I'm going to check that now. Yes, CZYK. Or CZYK if you're that sort. Or just, Canadian. Hello to our friends up in the Northeast. Extended Candlepin country. Or just, Candlepin country in general. Cadeiro's 5 boxes here. Looks like he's going to get the place to himself in a second. Andy Klempa's just about done on lane 11. A 3-1 split.
That's where I do my best bowling, is when I'm alone, don't have anybody next to me on either side.
Not like that NHL and Fox commercial where anyone's going to tackle you suddenly.
Exactly.
Needs an out here on this 3-1 split. Just the 3 pins, that'll do. Never know which shot will matter. He gets an 8 box. The man's been spoiled so far, but now is having to throw every single ball he's obliged to. No shortcuts in this one. Still, if he gets a couple of marks, he could hit that 115 target. He would need to start, since Abramczyk has 100, he would need 70 pins and 4 boxes scratch in order to do this. He has been bowling at that pace prior, but that is a lot of expectation despite that.
Got a good splash. At least a 1-2. That piece of wood is not going to be a factor. Wow, blew right by it.
Afraid so. So, we're seeing maybe the decline of the leaders at the moment here, right before our eyes, allowing others to take that first place mantle. It is a 10 box. Gets it the 3rd time around. Greg Gouillart alongside Kevin Burns here on Candlepin Bowling Network, live from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. Ryan's or Ryan Family Amusements. If you say Ryan's Family Amusements, that's not technically correct, but everyone knows exactly what you mean.
At one point there, he was going to leave the 610, but the 610 finally applied and said, okay, we'll go down for you. So now he's with the 2-4.
And he's got it.
Kind of tapped the 2-pin.
Again, running 20 boxes, he still gets to 130 handicap, and then Abramczyk and Cadiro aren't flying ahead of the pack like they were, but still get that solid target. Like the other pairs, first time in a while we've seen a couple of pairs fall short of that target.
He went off the head pin. Looks like he was going to lead the Cagliari, but he's ended up with the good mix. 610 piece of wood right next to the 6-pin.
Can Alethi get past it, I wonder, or will it help?
He blew right by it.
Just 10-pin. Tricky, tricky. He did get that 8 fill, obviously, earlier. And there's the 10. So he's getting 5 10 boxes at least. So John Cadiro, a 109 average bowler, really isn't having an awful string. If he spares here, he can hit his average. It's just that the bar he has set is so high. It's like what they call, sweep. No, it won't.
A little too far out in front. We call that a short pin in Candlepin.
You know, Patriots Day will be in a few weeks' time, and Boston Marathon and all that. And one guy ran out in front trying to keep pace with the elite runners, and the news anchor said, well, there goes the piano man. He's trying to put a piano on his back there.
Good. That's not good. That's a 9.
Out of the gutter, so that's what it has to be. No respots in this game either. 9 box and a 102, and the full partnership totals you see light up here as we get set for string 4 of 5 once everyone else is set as well. Looks like a couple boxes remaining here. Corey Packard's on a good string here right now on lane 5. See if I can get a look at that real quick.
I've been saying this for years. We need some music here whenever you had to move the cameras.
I'm trying to think if there was music I could put during the Be Right Back screen, but I'm genuinely uncertain, folks, if I should even put music there at all. Maybe I could do bowling center ambiance, but I'm a little skittish about that because people want an expectation of when they're on the air or not. But I'm not sure what to do. Like elevator music, I don't know if that's the idea. Could do those, I don't know, Kevin MacLeod is the greatest royalty-free artist of all time. Maybe just some of his tracks in a pinch. I'm trying to think what we should do in that case.
And the question is, would everybody who does stream for CBN be able to have access to that, or is it just going to be you?
Well, it would probably have to be setup by setup, maybe to each of our tastes, provided our viewers don't strongly object to it too much.
You know what I would use?
What?
The old theme song for Channel 5.
That is a theme called Game Show. Ed, he did Saturday Night Fever and everything.
Ed McMahon?
Yeah, the theme is genuinely called Game Show, and it was used on the Dutch version of Wheel of Fortune. Our Channel 5 theme. Would you believe it? We've been confusing the Dutch the whole time. This is the last box for Packard. He's on 118 through 9, by the way, so a very solid string for the world champion in his own right. Grabs 3 pins, and that'll be 127. And we get set now to move balls and start string number 4 of 5 before our knockout round to come. To do something here real quick. So that's Mike Legender.
Oh, thanks, Pete. Pete touched my ball, so I'm going to bowl good. Slipper. Billy, are those your yellow ones too? No.
Looks like Peter Penny and Billy Shiner Sr. have sidled over to our lanes as well. Wait, do we have a Legender yet? Maybe not just yet. Ivan Oscus underway on lane number 10. We might have the wrong names up there, I'm a little afraid to say, but we'll see if that's figured out in the end. I'll note it down here. I might be doing a service in a second. String 4 or 5's beginning now.
All right, Peter. Let's have a game here, buddy.
Six spots for Andrew.
There we go, thank you. Penny on the 2 and the 4. It's the wood aside. I'm curious, there's only 2 names lit up there. It might just be Peter Penny and Billy Shiner Sr. Actually, this might be all right. And just the 4-pin taken away. What'll be very nice is the fact that Candlepin Bowlers Association is really looking to get into the business of average tracking and maybe creating a more robust composite average. Strike 4, Penny, causing an earthquake in the process. Whoops. Box now a strike. There we go. Ivanowska's 7 to start on the first ball. But if they get into the average tracking business, they can really do a really robust job of this tournament, and such as this handicapped 85% to 230 tournament. And looking forward to seeing if the CBA can really nail this down, because I think it represents a lot of possibility, this players' organization, to really do something that I think has been missing from the game for a long time, and it's just a real standardization of averages, especially across houses, but by making it what Duckpin calls a composite average and just compiling it across houses, that helps out as well, and just better better tracking of that overall. Also makes it better for Candlepins for Cancer events as well, or other tournaments that wish to use the service in effect. And just a great service to the game at large, to everyone's benefit. 5 fill to start the strike for Penny. Just off target. So 6 fill.
So the question is, Greg, with everything that the CBA wants to do, if you took, say if you had bought 3 different houses, right? Would they combine all 3 averages and just have it for one average for themselves rather than trying to figure out what your highest is?
I mean, you can figure out, like, I'm not sure if they would necessarily get overly cute with it and weight it by average. They may want to get into the notion of slope ratings and, weighting it by house difficulty, which has been controversial in the past, but maybe they can get some buy-in for it this time around because, in theory, if you could find a way to say, okay, this house adds this many pins, this house is this much tougher. For example, it's so tough we just won't add anything to it. 6, 7, 10 nearly goes for Penny. That close.
Okay, that brings me to my next question. When we were at Wakefield last month for the Pro Series, it looked like that Wakefield was substantially tougher than, say, a place like Academy or a place like here.
We didn't get a double strike until the very last box, did we?
Exactly. Is that the double strike heard around the world? Because 3 commentators all at once made the call.
None of us could believe it.
No, we all thought that Aaron Fontaine had that match locked up for
Sharon Britton. She was supposed to be the star of the show. Absolutely incredible.
But then here comes the freight train and just shots right through the pins, and
Penny spares 1-4-7-9.
It takes the win.
Where are we? Need to input some averages lickety split before I get too deep into this. Losing a bit of a plot point here because that's a very significant. Try and figure out where everyone stands here. Cora, we already know, is being spotted 21 pins.
Cora was a little off on the head pin, but she does have a makeable lead. 1, 3, 6, the 5 in the back, and the 8.
Just wants these pins here.
Oh, that piece of wood just went right between the 5
Definitely
and the 8.
pinnable. Billy Shiner, I feel like I've seen him before. Just last night.
I'll get into last night in a little bit. No, I didn't watch any of it. I was busy. But there's a 10 for Cora.
Grass for 10. I'll be curious to see what your thoughts on a match you didn't see then.
The question is, who took 8 and who was the high game?
Millis took 6. Billy Shiner Sr. had some moments there. Had a couple of 20 boxes in that match. Gave away a couple marks at the end, but still a very solid presence substituting for Team Millis.
And right next to it, you had Exeter, and I believe it was Jim and Jalbert right next to him.
That's right, Exeter and Academy 2. Head pin, 9 pins out. There we go. So Shiner is a 119 average, Penny a 106 average. So because of this, I've actually given Penny the entire 4 pins of handicap they'll be getting. Spare.
It looks like Shiner is pulling scratch.
Basically, Penny gets only 4 pins because his partner is over that, 115 average. Since it's 85% to 230, double that figure. So all told, the partnership's being spotted 4 pins, and that is all they get. Crafts, meanwhile, gets a 9 box and is tracking well considering. So she's on pace for an over-average performance. Shiner, 6 pins. Sported his Harry's All-Stars shirt, as in Harry Reno. Steve Reno Sr. still happily working away here at Ryerson Millis.
I don't think he pulls anymore competition-wise, so am I correct?
Either that or the days are limited, but no doubt Hall of Famer in last year's class. 8 pins. Can Crafts jump this one?
Died.
Just keeps going left. Billy spares back to back. 35 in a ball. So again, quite simply, he'll want to hit his 119 average.
Good turn by Cora.
So again, the two of them can hit a 225 on their own. Shiner and Penny. 9 and 10 for a fill of 8. Blank sets pretty favorably, but it did turn. Crafts into the 4-7.
I can tell you one thing, Greg. I would not do well here. With the way my ball works, and of course you know how my ball works. In synthetic lanes, it would be a disaster because I would have to readjust on the spot and all that stuff.
You are much more acclimated to wooden lanes, I remember that much. There are many bowlers who will swear by the curvature of the ball and the the material relative to it as well. So maybe more of a sliding effect, but the pin slide 2, Crafts gets 7.
Well, when you have synthetic lanes with synthetic approaches, you're going to get a lot. Well, synthetic lanes and synthetic plates, you're going to get more sliding. But when you have synthetic lanes, synthetic plates, and synthetic approaches, you're just asking for a nightmare.
And yet, manufacturing being what it is, that's probably just the reality. A lot of forms of bowling have just gotten there already, after all. For example, Leach just made the most ridiculous 5-1 split over yonder. I couldn't help but notice. Crafts a chance for another 10. This will be her third and a chance to really go over average. Hits a 9 and is bang on it instead. So I'm off on Billy's score somehow. Apparently he only had a 10 box and then a 9 and a 8 box. So when I take this all away, that's now correct. Excuse me. 52 at the half. Somehow, some way.
It's amazing how fast we can fix the scores on a fly like that.
All right, so they're going to both take a 5-box break, I suppose. We'll be back for that in a moment, but in the meantime, we can enjoy some other bowling elsewhere. Who can we spy on? Maybe Katie DeRozier's right over here. Taking a look earlier. So she and Barnes were high up in the standings, and we can take a look at the standings as well. So right now, Abramczyk and Kadir, despite the 207, that the big crash, but because of the insurmountable lead they had, through 3 anyway, they end up on 780. John Harrington and Mike Kent post a 270 and rocket up into second place, 758. Stephen Venezia and the multitasker Mike Imperato streaming this on Candlepin Corner Facebook on third place. There is Katie DeRozier with Austin Barnes in fourth place. Not getting the single in this case, but still doing very well for themselves. The coaches, Justin and Rich, on 748, tied with Corrado Pani, C-. And a gentleman I don't recognize personally, Rich Magnarelli, a 104 average bowler.
Never heard of him.
But we might be about to learn, they're currently in sixth place.
So how many are they taking for the knockout, Greg?
24 out of 30, so the majority will advance here. But someone's got to be in the wrong side of the line right now. You don't want to be in the red zone in this tournament, apparently. Don't be in the red zone during March Madness. Sports. Something like that. Again, string number 4 is not complete yet on lanes 9 and 10, but we're just taking a break here as long as we have no action on our featured lanes. Tails, you gotta somewhere in Northeast North America. Canada counts too. Candlepin Bowling played here in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, and New Brunswick and Nova Scotia primarily.
There's also a couple out west. There's one in Albany, New York, at Apex. Oh, what a shot by Kate.
That is for the spare on strike, in fact. So suddenly she's heating up.
And I know Bob Lee had somebody go out to Wyoming for that little house.
I think it was just Casey McCool and someone else who just did it on their own right and decided to stream it from there just on their own page. Very nice little thing.
Am I forgetting anywhere else? I think that's pretty much it outside of New England.
Well, you get the Candlepins wherever. I mean, sure, Garland or whoever would probably ship them, I guess, if the price was right.
Okay.
I don't know if they technically do individual orders.
They do.
Very nice. So you don't have to necessarily wholesale like several pins at a time.
No.
Gotcha. That's good to know.
Don't ask me how much they cost, because I know they did go up in price.
Well, manufacturing being the reality it is. I mean, at last check it was something in the neighborhood of $50 a pin, but I assume it easily might have gone up by now. One wonders. But yeah, Garland Manufacturing and American Products, the present-day two candlepin manufacturers.
Now, our viewers don't know this, but you and I were having a chat about this a couple days ago on Facebook about the American product pins. They're not legal according to the ICBA.
So you heard this from...
I'll give you one guess. Think Exeter.
So something like that, Exeter. Okay. But yeah.
So Rob was talking to Justin Scally and myself about the American product pins, because he actually went out back, brought one back, so Justin and I could see how they felt and their weight. They're very similar to a goblin. However, here's the problem. With Bob Perrell being on the ICBA board, those pins are not going to get approval because Bob Perrell also sells the garlands. So a lot of people, myself included, is like, well, you have a place like Exeter, like Metro, that just put them in, and now you're saying, okay, we bowl on them full time for the Friday Night Pro League and also for the leagues. So if we hit a record, those pins are not going to count.
I mean, that's an extraordinary allegation, I suppose, in this case. What I would say is, though, that would they have to, if they were trying to do, say, I mean, for example, Exeter hosts New Hampshire State. So if this were true.
So what they do is Rob will take those pins out and put the garlands in.
They would do that for states.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Because the garlands are legal, but the American product pins are not.
Right.
Which to me...
That's consistent with what you're saying anyway.
Which to me does not make sense. Because the garlands in the American products are the same weight, same height. So technically, American product pins should be legal.
If they meet all the standards, say.
Exactly. But the only problem is they don't meet the standards according to the ICBA. And that's where Bob Perrella does what he does.
It's an extraordinary allegation of conflict of interest. I'd be very interested to look into that more, if so. But if that were true.
You know, I would love to interview Bob Perrella about it and get his take on it. Because they
definitely one of those where we ought to get both sides of the story on that one.
Exactly, because what I think is, I mean, people who never bowl Candlepin, like, I mean, we got people on the chat who want to come and try it, but...
Get over here!
But it's kind of like, if you put them on a league with, say, garlands, and then you put them on a league with wooden, then you put them on a league with American products, they're going to be like, what's right and what's wrong, so to speak. I mean, you can tell that these are goblins, yeah.
Yeah, they sound different. That's the most conspicuous telltale. Like, American Products pins actually almost bring back the old wood sound to a certain extent. You'd never confuse the two in reality, but it's closer.
Well, Canal Lanes does do a wooden pin tournament here and there, so I know they still using the wooden ones.
Someone's got them. That's really cool.
How's it going?
Fine, thank you.
Just
Becky,
wanted
right,
to
just-
check in. We haven't seen each other yet. I don't know if we're going to make it to you. I don't think
Well,
we
what
are.
lane are you on right now, Becky?
They're on the floor.
4. You are going to be just shy, I'm afraid, but
We're
I
not
don't
going
know.
to make it here. It's rude.
Well, are you going to make the cut anyway? Are you going to make the top 24?
I hope so.
Well, then maybe we might see you anyway. That'd be nice.
Fine.
You're welcome.
Just checking in with Greg. No, I totally.
Good to
Should have had them on the microphone. That way we could have done a real good interview.
I mean, the viewers will attest. I think we got enough of it.
Yeah.
That was delightful.
I want to see this one.
As soon as the Goose, I have a theory who this is, or supposedly might be.
Who do you think it is? Matt? But
Hard to tell with usernames, then again. Even if someone has like a first and last names, I mean, yeah, it's goofy.
yeah,
This is interesting. We've never been in such a cyclone of whirlwinds. But alas, we have to get back to the featured match here because our bowlers are back up here. Peter Penny on 54 in a ball. There we go. A reminder of where we stand right now on this single partnership lane. Crafts and Ivanauskas on track right now with that 131. Penny and Shiner Sr. Although remember, the whole handicap is added, and that's part of the puzzle as well. So that's a bit deceptive the way I've said that. Penny of 5 fill, 59 half. One and 10.
well, since the Goose has made a good point, Bob cannot get any money off of the American product pins. That's another issue on why he won't make them legal.
It's interesting.
It really is. But you know what? I'm going to side with Suze on this one. I do agree with them. I do think the Garland pins are being poorly made nowadays because I had an issue with a few of mine. But
Wow.
I look at
The layers of the onion just keep getting unraveled like this,
Yeah.
at least based on what you're saying.
it. In my opinion, is the Garlands can take a beating like no amount. But the issue that I see is that if they're spun the wrong way, they're going to get dirty quicker, and they're going to break easier. American product pins, you can rent them up to a certain point and get new ones, so that way you have that opportunity to keep fresh pins.
American Products has its detractors as well, I know offhand, but still.
Plastic caps. Yeah, plastic cap can bust out of their pins like.
That's probably the sticky wicket in that particular case. That's the one I was hearing as well. But I think the whole thing about this is that there needs to be, where does it leave the bowlers in all this? And whatever the Candlepin Bowlers Association, sponsors of this tournament, decide to do, I think it marks a great opportunity for the bowlers to come on to a consensus about certain issues and really come out with a shared voice if this committee succeeds in their mission to do that. And just like they're trying to standardize averages and really get the entire bowling community, both the United States and Canada, on the same page here. And if they succeed in that, I think there's a lot of upside for the game, and even for the proprietor side, which is not in conflict. It's just a different perspective.
When Mason's was open, Mason has nothing but guns. But here's the problem. Masons will mix new pins with old pins. Here's my take on that. You don't do that. It's either going to be all new or all old.
The consistency issue, of course.
Yes.
I've even known of some centers who ended up with pins that were taller than one another.
Which I can't see that happen.
You could see it if it did, though.
You know, I would love to see. Well, you know what? The Boston pins, the old Boston pins.
The obese little centers there. I would never use that term to describe a human, not flippantly anyway. But
those pins were more fatter than skinny.
right. So much so, I believe that was the game where you only got 2 balls, in fact. It was actually played much more, almost 10-pin style, even though obviously there's still harder pins to get down.
But you know what they sound like?
No, actually.
Picture a wooden pin, and you're hitting it dead on. Picture a higher pin noise. Because Mike Ritchie actually put one on the plate at Riverwalk, and I shot the ball at one, and holy crap, it sounded so weird.
You almost know what to expect, but you don't. Ivanoska's unlucky on the spare fill, rather, with a 5 fill.
Drew Steele, one of our colleagues who covers the Old Mason King of the Hill, said that Colonial and Worcester had different pin heights and shade pins back in the day.
And, of course, Putnam Street King of the Hill, he covers that as well. I'm not. To be clear, I'm talking about the King of the Hill tournament, not the condition of the pins over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yikes. As long as we're getting saucy, we gotta get our gossip right.
Yeah.
As long as we're spilling the tea or whatever. Penny's on a tough route here. Remember, Shiner Sr. goes slightly below his average at the moment. There's the 3-pinner, nice spare.
Well, here's the funny thing. Susha says, how come nobody else is making bowling balls? American Product does make bowling balls. You know who has them? Riverwalk and Exeter.
Very interesting. Especially if the specs were known.
Yep.
I think that could use some more transparency as well. I was asked one time, I asked someone, I don't think they were an ICBA representative, but they said, like, well, they'll give it to the centers who do it. Well, if that's true,
Well,
you should, I would rather it just be known. That way also the bowlers know what to expect as well, like to see what a regulation house is. Like, Penny with a 9 fill here and a 113 handicap.
But here's my take on it. The bowling balls have nothing to do with world records or state records or anything like that. But
Ivanoskis with an 86 scratch, 111 handicap, so Kraft's with some work to do, but can do it with just a mark here.
But if the balls are at the match weight, according to the ICBA, that's supposed to be between 2.4 to 2.7. Now, they also make balls that are 2 pounds. They're lighter weight. I've seen them, and I held a couple of them, and they are lighter. But the thing I want to know is, if the ball is lighter and the pin is brand new, but it hits it like a marshmallow, what does that entail?
I mean, to me, I would think I would want every ounce of my ball personally. To me, it's a non-issue, but there are some who swear by the lighter ball.
Tom also threw a 2.5 his whole career.
Right.
I throw 2.6. You probably throw what, a 2.6?
2 pounds, 6.5 ounces. Got it once from me.
So you're about a half an ounce heavier than I am.
I got them as is.
Okay. But so, when I was doing the stats, and I wish I did this. When I used to do the stats for the network, I should have looked at.
Shiner just off on the single.
I should have did a column with the weight of the ball to the shot, because that way you can figure out the speed of the ball and how much consistently you could hit it with that certain weight.
Probably affects how the ball rattles around in there, for example.
Exactly.
10 box versus 6. I believe Shiner dropped the ball deliberately on the approach there. We should warn him. No, I'm kidding.
But does it make sense on where I'm going here with this?
It does in a manner of speaking. What's interesting is also the ball weight is not in the ICBA rule book. even though it is a well-accepted standard of the game, and you better not throw a ball that is out of spec, otherwise you might break the pin setters, and then you've definitely committed a crime against the game.
Oh, yeah.
And make your local mechanic very sad.
Or very, very happy because you're going to put him to work. I should know because, hello, I did.
Oh, spare by Kraft.
You know what? That was on a lemon drop, I think. Let's see the replay after trying to finish off this box. Get off target, get back into the match here for a little bit.
He might make the spare here. Ring the object pin around.
Play ring around the rosy. Yeah, it's on a lemon drop. Actually, no, it's not a lemon drop.
No, not at all.
I thought it was.
Gets a 9-box. Well, it only applies to the first ball anyway. But oh, in this one. Sorry. That was a 8-pin pickup in Kraft's case. Cora right on the head pin, a little high, and gets it.
Oh, pretty shot. Throw that ball first.
So now, after going sub 230 last time, they can get right back on track. Shiner with a 7-10.
Couple good pieces of wood for this one. Cora puts
1, 3, 6, and 10. So, but again, all this is describing our wishes for the game, and I think Candlepin Bowlers Association, a committee of 6, I believe, at the moment, including those who are putting on this great tournament right now, will certainly have their own stance on how to go about this. And also, we're the ones making the political statements right now.
Back-to-back spares for Cora. Makes the full horseman.
Excellent. This will definitely put them over the 230 threshold, ending decent pinning here. Shiner takes 9 for an 80. Their tact may be completely different on this one, and I'm sure, ultimately, I hope it really is a cooperative conversation sharing between them and, say the proprietor side and, all the other stakeholders of this game, because ultimately we're all in the same boat here. And even if perspectives differ, ultimately,
Cora proceeding on a spear.
It's a game that is going in the right direction, but still needs help all at once.
The question is, do you think the CBA is going to figure out how to make pin setters? Or you think they're going to need...
I don't believe that's one of their current agenda items. But there's a spare.
3 in a row. Now, I said it before. Somebody needs to get a shell of a machine and figure out how to make them again.
Patent's probably out there somehow at this point. Obviously, Z4 was the most recent attempt to do that, and it did refurbish a few centers. Allowed them to get some new machines up and running. Kraft's on 3 spares in a row. Gets her head pin 5 more and is already at 100.
A 3-2 split. Very similar to a spread eagle, but you're missing a count.
3 pins get over 7. It won't, so she'll have to settle for 9 perhaps. Billy offline, and he'll have to settle for a double digits. It's so tough. Bowling at scratch, you gotta be on your game, or else it's very easy to fall below that threshold. 10 and 9.
109, 98, 130 for Cora with a handicap.
All right, so I'm going to take advantage of the break here. You folks see the scores right here. Ivanauskas and Krafts on 241. Puts them lopsidedly ahead. I'm going to take advantage of the pause here and get some water, stretch my legs, just do the needful so I can have full energy for you all. Probably we will too. But we'll be right back with string number 5 of 5 in just a moment. Be right back with that and more updates. Hey folks, just looking over, it looks like we still have 5 boxes left on one of the lanes, so it'll probably be about a 5-minute delay or so before we get started with string number 5 of 5 of this qualifier. We'll be right with you in just a moment.
I got you beat.
Something like that. You got more cats than me, huh? Hey, welcome back. String number 5 of 5 here at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. Peter Penny back up here.
Peter bashes the pocket.
And my mistake, we have Mike Legender in front of us here. He starts with a head pin. Down goes the 7 and not the 4. Mike Legender, you might remember him from several episodes of New England Candlepins. Pulls right out of here and starts with a spare.
Well, when you know the house, you know how to play the walls and how to play everything, so. Agenda with a 9.
Penny with a 9 in this case.
Yep.
So recalibrate this.
Penny back in the pocket leads a 4-7-10. So off here, I was lemon drop by Michael Jones on that spare. That's $5 for Candlepins for Cancer.
All right, jars right here.
We
I'll get the scoreboard up in just a moment, folks.
Peter just takes a 1. Agenda back on the headpin, at least the 4-7. Peter with an 8 for 17 after 2. Legenda with a 21 after 2 for a 10.
21 after 2. Yeah. Good bounce back there. Sorry, just still trying to look up the handicaps here, a very crucial detail, and then here I can click on the scoreboards at the very least.
Here, Penny,
106 average, Linehan 115 average. There we go.
Peter Penny crushes the pocket, at least a 5, 7, 8, 10. Legenda was off the headpin, at least a 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 10. I gotta get ready for next week. And that's kind of off. Another 8 for Peter.
So Legender and Linehan not getting spotted a lot of pins on account of their average. Legender takes the 9.
So before we came back on, I was looking through my phone to see what's going on. Bob Lee's on the air out in Canal.
Right. Keep count, folks.
Dan Castle's on the air on the Facebook page, covering a single store event. Candlepin Corner is on the air with no commentary.
Of this very event, the CBA March Madness.
Paul Grant is up at Baltwell's doing the next round for Candlepins for Cancer. And we're on the air doing the exact same event that Imperato is streaming as well.
Exactly.
So, folks, we have all your Candlepin coverage going on right now.
Did you want to watch bowling today, or did you want to watch bowling today?
What do you want to do? I want to watch bowling. Okay, what do you want to watch? I don't care. Just put something on.
So Legender with a 10 box there. Gets that mark, gets it filled. There we go. Offline there on that single pin.
Oh, she's not done.
Yes, she done.
Billy Shiner Sr. now up on lane number 10, and Rob Linehan on lane 9. Linehan an exact 115 handicap. And the 4, 7, 9, and 10. I was a bit concerned about it possibly being a rumor there, and I'm very glad to have Rob Ficarra Sr. clear up a lot of this in chat. You'd mentioned there was I know, Kevin, you'd mentioned a conversation prior, but it looks as though perhaps there was a misunderstanding or a miscommunication along the line, and I'm very glad to have this here. Let's just read this out in full. Some conversation is going on in the live broadcast about the new pins from American Products presently being leased by Exeter, Metro, and Spare Time in Amesbury. That's right. Spare by Shiner Sr. And Linehan needs an out here. The application from American Products is in the hands of Maria and the ICBA, so it is in just due process. There are the ICBA required, hold on one sec, 2 used and 2 new pins accompanying the application. Mr. Perella is a proud supporter of the sport, after all, President's Trophy winner. For anyone to say he would unjustly sabotage this process because he sells the other pin is unfair. In light of the many specification issues that another manufacturer has had in recent years, Exeter chose to spend 3 years working with American Products to design a new Candlepin to industry standards. American Products has been making 10 and duck pins for decades. The board of the ICBA should be passing approval of the pin at the April 15th meeting. If anyone wants the facts, don't ask. Don't chat about what you're not clear on. Thank you, Rob Ficarra Sr.
Well, it sounds like that the new pins are going to be up for a vote.
Exactly.
Which I can honestly say that's a good thing.
But I think it's an absolutely fair condemnation of their process that we should be, getting the facts first before we pass the speculation. I mean, we heard it from a couple others as well. But
well, we've been hearing it for decades about what's going on. I mean,
sorry, again, you mean we want to be very specific about this?
Yes, exactly, because it's not. I see Rob's point. I mean, there's some people in the chat that shouldn't have made the comments.
Well, they're just chatting. We're the ones with the broadcast.
Yeah, so, I mean.
Spare for Linehan.
I mean, in my point of view, I support American Products by trying to get new pins into the game to meet the ICBA standards. So, he makes a good point.
So we're trying to obviously avoid conflict in the game, but obviously miscommunication can leave a lot of devils in the details. And I think we've seen an example of that here.
Yep.
Linehan 3 pins out. 31 through 3. And a single gets away in the 4th box for Shiner Sr. Linehan the 1, 3, and the 8. Also speaks a lot to what Paul mentions as well. Just, it's good to always get the source direct. And one thing is, I know he's always in touch with the ICBA as well, as part of the Hall of Fame board as well. So could have gone through him as well. But we also had our opportunities there as well. But that's neither here nor there. It doesn't have to be at this instant in time. In the 5th box, still looking for these 115 targets. Linehan, that's his league average right here in Millis. He has the 1, 2, 3, and 6. 7-10 for Shiner Sr.
But here's the question. Once the American Product pins are now legal, a lot of the proprietors are going to switch them out.
Well, then it'll be another viable alternative in that case. Linehan spares the check mark.
Because to Rob's point, I know Rob has it, and I know Ezra does, I know Game Time does, but say if American Products does come in and starts making them regularly, what happened to the Garlands? Does Garland fall back? Because in my point of view, as a former mechanic for Masons, I want a pin that's going to last. So that way I don't have to buy new ones every year. If Or
course.
or every few years.
Durability is a big factor of any pin purchase. Absolutely.
But if you look at the Garlands are so durable. I mean, they take a beating as it is.
Notwithstanding your recent critiques about them, but
No.
in other words, we've had the Garlands around, and again, the Targets were a pin for many years, and now they're coming back in, essentially. If I'm understanding correctly, the Targets and the American Products, I think, is same names for the...
I think they're the same, but I could
I'll
be
probably just say
wrong.
American Products for simplicity at this
Yeah.
point, since that's the name they're advertising under anyway. 7-pin conversion spare by DeRozier's to start it off. Just didn't... where are we? So we do get them on our lane. We do get DeRozier's and Barnes. I just thought they would be first. 99 average and 116, but since Katie has to shoulder the whole load, since Barnes is slightly above average, I'll mark her in as a 100. So she gets spotted 12 pins in effect. She gets the entire partnership handicap in this case. Remember, the target is 115 in this case.
Oh, right in between.
That gap that's big enough to pass the ball and the pins in between the gap. What do you know? There's a 10 box for DeRozier's 24 through 2. Just on scratch, so way ahead of schedule. Taking a look at the standings now. So she and Austin Barnes are in second place now, just 19 pins back now of Abramczyk and Kadira, who still hold the top spot. Four pins taken out. Here comes one. Nope, just in front of the 7. Qualifiers now, top 24 advance, top 8 get a first round bye in the knockout bracket. This is the Candlepin Bowlers Association, the CBA 85% doubles knockout.
That'll be a 9, boss.
33 through 3. Four horsemen right side, 6 pushing, does not take out. Obviously lane 10 with the same vacancy from before. Alita Lane's Mass H team. No word yet on recent Lita Lane's news, haven't asked in a while. Nor do I want to be that person. I'm always skittish about asking because I don't really want to rush a process that doesn't really have a definite timeline. 10 box. Just the 1 pin left standing. Just extraordinary how the passion everyone has for Candlepin bowling. I've always said that Candlepin bowling will probably not die in our lifetimes. I really don't think it will. I mean, obviously, we hear news about, like, you know, the center closed, and it's really sad when that happens. But the fact that there's so much passion and we still care so deeply about this game, it's really great to see. And then new events and new organizations coming along like this, like the Candlepin Bowlers Association. Just all the growth is a great sight. Eight box and a 51 half, so DeRozier's above her 99 average on that pace. Over to her partner, Austin Barnes now. Arguably saw him on our cameras yesterday, but only because he was slightly off center. Academy 2 bowler in the Friday Night Pro League. We were mentioning Lita Lanes, former Easter Classic champion, that 20-stringer.
And when he won it, he threw a 203.
Second best ever in the history of that tournament. There will be an Easter tournament of sorts, but it will be an Easter knockout tournament that will take place at Webster Timberlanes. And Lexi Howard Booley will be there. So in a way, still a faithful, I can't say spiritual successor because there's still hope for the Classic to return in the future, but it's part of the continuity. It's part of the Howards and the Seminoles legacy in that sense. It's really that spirit of family ownership that's really given a lot of life to this game after all. Of course, the Ryan family of Ryan Family Amusements, several bowling locations. And they'll do Candlepin and 10-pin, but
not all of them have bowling, though.
Not all in bowling. They all have arcades, of course. But still, they do their service to the game. And putting Candlepin in numerous locations in New England is fantastic, including right here in Millis. I mean, it's very much geared for family entertainment nowadays, and yet it houses both family entertainment and serious league bowling all under one roof. It's arguably a perfect blend. 8 down, 2 to go for Barnes. Second place partnership right now. Pops the corner pin, gets a 9-box. Four horsemen. Ooh, 7-pin pop out. 1, 2, and 4. Couple of unorthodox deliveries on our screen here. Barnes with that shoulder pump, almost he does. Bends the elbow, then delivers just wide of the head pin.
And he also has that funky hop, too.
Exactly.
It's not as funky as Billy Bloom's is.
That's true. Scott Douglas has a bit of a hop step as well. For the 10-box here on this head pin. There it goes. 28 through 3. Into the head pin, 5-pin only. Wood swivels around and gets out of the way, leaving Barnes a clear try. Ms. Parker on 63 right. Well, has the 51 scratch. So she's likely to be close to that 115 target. Just leaves Barnes to do the same. You get this mark and head right on course for that. Yes, right in the face of it. 38 and a ball. Micah Imperato also streaming on Candlepin Corner on Facebook. Streaming the higher numbered lanes, I believe circa lane 17 or so. Barnes into the 2-pin, 3-pin gets bumped. Boy, it's probably worth more up and down actually, come to think of it. He gets a 6 fill. That's the bad news, but because of that pin not falling.
The good news is he still has his field leave, but he had to hit the number 1.
Who will the top 24 be? We'll find out. It will probably be on another broadcast if I had to guess, because I assume there will be some score calculations, and it will probably make things easiest as well. So we'll just go on YouTube and taking a look here. Now I'm trying to pull up the Candlepin Bowling Network TV guide as well. Hey, big favor, please like the video if you're logged into the stream just by hitting the thumbs up button. That way you're always in the know about all, and I mean all, our Candlepin Bowling content.
Oh, trust me, we're going to be busy next week too.
Scotch doubles not yet live at the moment. Back to the top of the order. Peter Penny with a 6 count to start off here. 3-1 split. Captain of Central 1 trying to make some inroads here. Legender, we call this one the 6-pack. Into the headpin. Whoa, what's coming there?
No, Bob is live right now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Where is he exactly? Oh, there it is.
Bob is live right now.
From Canal Lanes in Southampton.
Yep.
Very nice. Here we are in Millis. $10 each.
I know something. Bob covers more of the western part of the sport, and
Living out that way, of course.
Me, I made the trip down to the Cape for 2 tournaments.
And a spare by Penny.
For a couple tournaments here and there.
Including this next Saturday.
Yep.
Very nice. Legender, good try. No corner pin.
And yes, I might bring a bucket for Lemon Joss, but I hadn't gotten that far with that tournament yet because I did talk to Al Blanchard, who of course does some streaming for the singles tour. If I can get Al Blanchard in the booth with me, I will probably have a bucket because his team that he bowls on is called Team Wow.
Right. And he's donated hundreds to the cause already.
Yeah.
Our 501c3 charity here.
So I want to get Al on, but I don't know how much he's going to be able to do.
Penny's try here. Gets into the red line spare. Back to back. He can now hit that. He would need one more mark to hit the 115 target, but very close to it. Legender might find his way to an unorthodox 80 string here if he can grab this pin. Many, many 10s. Gets a planks. 79 through 8. Matt Susi, if that's you, would you DM me on Facebook just so I know that's your username? Thanks. I just want to make darn sure. In the spirit of trying to, a communications policy I'm actively thinking through. Peter Penny's strike on spare in light of recent events.
If that is Seuss, he'll be the one that you want to ask about Lita's situation.
He's willing to share that. Legender gets his spare. So extremely good pinning foundation, and now a mark in the 9th.
On the 50-50. AJ has me a song. Last call on the 50-50. Anyone that wants 50-50, come over to the desk and see Justin.
I'm hearing a 50-50 raffle being announced, but hopefully, that's not going to be just yet. Okay. Penny 7 to start his strike fill.
Did you buy tickets?
Under 7 on his. I did, thank you for asking. Penny, the strike fill is 8. But now he can pin out. Ooh! Mike somehow had to be even thinner on the 2. So $8 and 10, excuse me for multitasking here.
It's a 115 on the dot. It got 119.
Just seeing. It is 116 after all. I was a pin light on one of those. He had an 8 fill, did Penny. So actually, very significant pin there. Gets him up to that 120. Legender, that 113 just below where he wanted to be, but Actually, for the 106 average bowler, it's his average. So that's really more so showing the format that if everyone hits their average, the pro will win. But if not, then it gives anyone the opportunity to win. Shiner Sr. 6 to begin. Linehan is filling a spare. The Roadrunner on his head pin. 5 gets over for 9. Remember who's partner in 113. Spare Shiner. Well bounced back. Just going to hit this right in the face. He got it clean. I say at the bottom of my voice to make sure I don't influence a bowler's call on this one, because the bowler has to make the call fair without influence from anyone else. But there you go. 4 Horsemen is gone just like that. Good showing for them both. Shiner set back.
Well, good church for Linehan.
See the fills here. Shiner can just pin out here, and the partnership would have 130, and the plank did not go through. Almost hit the replay button on that. I was interested. So that is Matt Susi saying everything is in place with Lita Lanes, just looking for investors. Let us know. So just a question of obtaining capital at this point. So great to see the logistics click together anyway. Yet more good news from the Candlepin community.
You know, it would be nice to see Lita back open. A true Easter Classic again.
And I assume that's why I have, this Easter knockout tournament, which was supposed to be a lot of great fun along the way, because I feel like they wouldn't go through the effort of, having this temporary Easter tournament. They would probably,
But for Bob,
the tradition of doing it on Easter should live and die by Lita Lanes anyway. But in any case, the fact that they do this shows the fact that they're still very invested in this board, and really nice to see, and that's confirmation of that. So Lita Lanes on track now. Thank you, Matt Susi, for the update. I did confirm that was indeed him in chat just now.
I've always been a Lita bowler, but it's been very, 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 very tough not being able to have a true house to call home.
It's tough when a place closes. It's always so emotionally tough for anyone. Headpin straight back for Linehan, doesn't go.
Especially where...
You know exactly what I was going to say.
I've been bowling there since the original Wamisit closed, and it's like... It's been a tough year since last year, because when they closed down, it was like, where do you go?
Sorry about that. I had a spare marked on Shiner in the 7th, but it's 10, and now I've got the score actually correct. The phantom 10 I put in there had to be deleted as well. That is now the correct score you see on your screen, and you see that both require a mark to get to 115, and thankfully for Rob, he's got a chance.
I notice you're not keeping track of headpins right now.
Tough to do with everything going on. Trying to keep track of standings. Oh, Billy Shiner Sr. finds a way. Single pin apiece. Spare apiece, rather, as Linehan makes the single pin.
The headpin was the last to go on this one.
Boink.
Just kind of doink it on.
Haven't seen a lot of wacky flukes. It's a fast house, yeah, but it hasn't been goofy, that's for sure. You got to get what you earn, and that's how you get 10. Shiner Sr. at the last moment. Linehan's fill is 9, and he's got a great string. 121 for him, 117 for Shiner, and great partnership totals for both. Legender with Linehan 234, and Penny is Shiner Sr. 237. So now the question about what about our second place partnership, DeRozier's and Barnes. Katie DeRozier's, I should say, with Chucky in the field.
Chucky is right next door. He's holding his 6-month-old son.
When Metro Bowl and Exeter were under the same roof at Academy Lanes, it allowed couple of the fathers to bring their kids, and of course, mother was there as well. I'm telling you, bowling daycare, it's a thing. Bowling alley, not a terrible place for it. Just to keep the language to a minimum, and works out pretty well. Half-Wester start for DeRozier's. Second ball, head pin, but tails into the 1-3 pocket and leaves that, the 4-5-7. There's a 7 box for DeRozier's. So, again, still a mark she can get there. Remember, average is 100. So average bowling gets her there and gives Barnes the chance to come over the top. 230 the target for a partnership since we're going 85% to 230. A good number to aim at. Let me have a look actually at the standings and confirm that. Right now the cut is at 929, which is about that 230 cut, close to. In fact, actually, there's one pair that is at 927 and on the wrong side of the bubble right now. Apart from that, 230 is the average you want to make that, again, majority cut, but all the more reason you want to make darn sure that you do. No one wants to be one of the first 6 pairs home, even though unfortunately it has to be someone. A 9 box, 67 through 7.
One nice ball right here, one nice ball right here. Good rock, baby.
DeRozier's 3 pin. Oh, 4-7. Cutting it away. Nico Pujar actually just posted a clip of Caitlin Zolko's heartbreaker 1-3 chip out in the Ladies Internationals tournaments. And then probably one of the most graceful exits from a major tournament we've ever seen. She promptly turns around and takes a bow. Just an 8 box. The plank gets away there.
That's Susie. That's Susie.
Still a mark required for 115. Though again, that's what partners are for, just in case. Ooh, Wood doesn't latch on. Katie, formerly Durant, now DeRozier's in marriage, 5 and 7. She hits the plank, pops it behind the 5. Ooh. Sorry about that, pin cam's getting bumped a little bit there. Move this down for y'all. There we go. Sorry for the hiccup there. DeRozier's with a 9 box. One more shot at this. Barnes on a 53 half. So somehow they're going to need to come up with a couple marks between them. Can Katie lighten the load? She does.
Talk about a slow motion strike.
Light contact, but thank you very much. It just kept on going. Hurry hard.
It looked like she was going to have a split there, but it just rolled all the way back.
So a big development here in this 5-string grind. Isn't it funny how it is? The major moments just pop out of nowhere. Bookend marks. Needs more on the strike fill as the piece of wood doesn't quite bump off the wall. For count, gets her head pin, and the fill is 8 for DeRozier's. 102 makes her average.
She just missed the 115 by 1 pin.
Just off by 1.
But the question is, how much does Arson need to get to the 115 required.
He has 53 right now, so 167. So he requires one more mark. Even one mark bad fill would get him there. He needs... Hang on, am I counting this correctly? He needs a couple more marks, excuse me. They have 167, 217. He needs 13 bonus pins. That's 2 marks, I beg your pardon. Triangle number 2 could offer 1. There's the spare. Austin Barnes, 2 marks and 3. He gets his head pin a little light, though. Diamond right side.
The diamond has a 1% chance of going.
That's a spread eagle.
Oh, what's the diamond?
Diamond 1 and 4 for the 4 pins. There it goes. It is harder than it looks. Barnes just made it look easy. 3 marks and 4, and there it is. Those are the 2 marks he was after, just like that.
Well, when you throw a 203 on an Easter winning Classic Sunday, you're bound to make those kind of shots.
Ain't that the way? The 7 count was a vital piece of the puzzle. Now he can just pin out. It has to be 10s exactly, or he can run down, say, this 1, 2, 4.
Well, if he gets a 9 in there, he still has the 115.
He's popped the head pin.
A little full.
Wants the pins, got the 10. So again, the route of all 10s to a 230 is still on. For the pair in second place, they are currently, take a look here, 43 pins clear of the cut. So I would anticipate they're very likely, if they hit their target, to stay in the magical blue zone on the score spreadsheet you could see by pulling down the description, and stay in the top 8 in the first round bye. So even if they're close, that should be true, but still,
You got a break
pride
on
of place.
that. You got a break on that one.
Corner pin simplifies matters. Someone just won the crane machine. Good for them. Game machines are still open here at Ryan's Millis if you want to come on down. Barnes gets the spare. 3 marks and 4 again. One of them here at Ryan Family Amusements even makes a ba-da-da, when you do it.
A kid just won 3 ticket rings.
Whoa. Tough to latch onto those suckers.
There's a 9 drop. You're making a 10, it's a strike.
Had my head down. 116 there in the 9th. And now into the 130s. Why were we worried? That's probably the reason. They're so high up in the standings right now.
Looks like he has 4 ticket rings altogether there, Greg.
He's getting his new high single.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway. Barnes, we've already seen a double in 10 before today. Instead, it's the 1, 3, 7, and 8.
I haven't. I didn't watch any of the string. I was kind of busy at the house when you guys started.
So sorry for your loss. 3 in the 8, and that'll be an 8 fill and a 134 scratch. Excellent. So 248 for the partnership total, so
That's
good going by all our pairs.
That's skyrocketing them past the 230 cap.
So 248, by the way, they were 19 back of Baramchik and Kadiro, so if they had, say, another string 3 hiccup like that 207 they had, they could pass them. I mean, there was also milling about as well. Also the same, actually. One second. Alex Laprise and, sorry, it's Ryan Brindisi. Sorry, Ryan, wasn't familiar with your game. They're milling about in the same 3rd place as well. or actually they were tied. They were actually tied for second in this case. So jockeying match there could matter for seeding later on. But that's it. That's 5 strings of 5. That's it for our commentary, but I'm just noticing some great action here on the lanes to our left. So let's just pivot over a little bit.
So in first place is DeRoches and Leach with a 1187.
Are all the scores in, or are we comparing apples to oranges? Yeah, some have 5 in and some don't. That's the problem here. So we don't actually get a full picture because it's an incomplete entry. Corey Packard's on a double strike on lane 8 right there. That's who you see in the bluish shirt. Metallic blue? Don't matter. Is it 3? Headpin's headed for the 7. Please, will you? No, you won't.
Well, it's like I said, Corey Packard is such a spot bowler. I mean, anything. I mean, he's not. He Billy misses sometimes, but he's at a 75 half.
Champion for a reason. Cam Green is on 83 through 6, 23 over par in his case. He could get this 4-pinner, I bet, even with the tricky 9-pin there. Cans in this case got a great showing and bowled all 20 strings, 2 times 10 strings, 2 shifts of 10 at a roll-away Candlepins for Cancer event.
Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you, how did that go?
Quite well, I would say. Congratulations to Paul Campos for winning that event. A fun day. Thank you to Dan Josefiak and everyone at Rollaway Wear for having us. Wonderful time, and already conversation has turned to when can we do this again, and in fact, in a few months' time, it will be a 9-pinner with a, I believe it's 80% scratch of a 9-pin handicap, but maybe it could be just enough.
That's open to anybody, if I'm not mistaken, right?
If you have a league average, of course. Well, you know what? If you don't have a league average, we'll let you bowl scratch. Good luck.
So
Green just massacred those pins. 102 plus 2 through 8.
So in other words, if I went in and did it, of course I have a league average. I've been bowling for God knows how many years.
You can. You're welcome.
Yeah. But the only problem is I'm so used to being in the booth.
Oh, no. Well, if it wouldn't throw you off your game, you could cycle through, I suppose.
I did that on Easter last year.
You did. Packard missing the single on either time, but he's on 112 through 8. This will probably be the last of the action we have here. Again, we'll start another stream after this for the playoff round, so stay tuned for that. So please like and follow on Facebook and subscribe on YouTube so that you're in the know about the latest.
You know, I'm thinking about Susie's comment here, where they're looking for investors. And honestly, if I had the money, how much you want to bet I would have?
I mean, of course.
Now again, the evil eye.
Our money?
What?
Our money?
It's not her money.
Yeah, if you had it.
If I had it, yeah.
If I had $1 million. 136. Backer's just wide. Muttering to himself as well. Green can't get there. And you hear his reaction. But again, both, man, isn't it nice to be disappointed with a 130s string? Shows you the caliber of these two. Green especially so. I mean, Packard was a champion with Academy Lanes now 4 times going back to 2018. Green just got back into the game in the past year. But just another reason to not sleep on Western New England. A formidable force already in his return. Last box for these two. You see the scores from our featured lanes on screen there, but all partnerships going north of 230. Packard has ripped another strike, his 3rd.
Where was that about, what,
Yeah.
2 boxes ago?
Ah, gee, nice fill, he says. Probably. Greenwood rides up on another, but gets nowhere to the 2-pin. Single pin. Just wide. Obviously not aiming for the wood in that circumstance. He's well aware.
You can tell by his reaction he did not want to play that piece of wood.
There it is. Now 2 balls coming up. Cam Green 131 scratch. And still despondent. That's head pin. Well, that's why you get 2.
As a lot of people will say. After a leave like that, I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to shoot at this. Because it's the Grease Church plus the extra pin.
Danny Harris got the back row during a pro series when the match was over in playoffs, and he hit the button.
I remember that.
First of all, he had shots to go.
Oh, what a shot! What a shot by Corey Packer.
A seismic shot. Sorry about the pin cam, folks. And that's worth it.
Let's see this again. He asked to play the 2 pin. He played it just clean. He just split it.
On the 3-6, yes.
Yeah, you just split it. There you go. You even touched a piece of wood.
And maybe even slower. Can we slow this down even?
I don't know, can you?
Yes, I can. Because I'm curious that the 3 pin bounces off it and ramps in?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Okay, back to normal. 75%. That is it for our qualifier coverage here at the Candlepin Bowlers Association.
How many times are we going to watch this replay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were enjoying it. That's it for our coverage of the qualifiers of the Candlepin Bowlers Association, but the knockout round is coming up next. They need some time to calculate the scores. There may be a warm-up period, maybe not. Everyone's been pretty loose. We'll see, but we'll have you as much coverage as we can. We're going to click the stream off and start a new one right here on Candlepin Bowling Network, YouTube, and I believe on Facebook as well, but certainly on YouTube, Candlepin Bowling Network. Like and follow on Facebook and subscribe on YouTube so that you're in the know, especially subscribe on YouTube. Thank you very much on behalf of Kevin Burns and myself, Greg Gouillart. Until that next stream, so long.